All right. All right.
Here we
Welcome,
are.
everyone. How's it going, everyone?
Monday morning.
Welcome to the 5ers Live Trading Room.
Here we are.
Hope you're all doing good this Monday. Let me know if the audio is good, if the video is good. We did have some small minor issues here in the beginnings. Just making sure that everything is up and running smoothly. All right, it's a Monday. How's well? First of all, welcome back. I haven't been live streaming with you for quite some time. You were in some vacation. How's that?
That was very good. It was too short, but yeah, it was nice. It's the first time in my life that I took a cruise, and it was very good. First of all, because Norway is so beautiful, and it's just amazing waking up, opening the door to your terrace on board of a ship, and we had like one room facing out of the front of a ship. And when you see this beautiful landscape, the sun slowly rising over the mountains, it's just insane. And then you come back and notice all of your automated trading strategy have went into drawdown. And nothing is working anymore. And I kept on thinking like, wow, okay, that was an expensive holiday then by the end of the day. So I've been back to action really and super busy, like investigating what is going on there, and then also working on some new stuff that I'm very excited about, because it took me over half year to understand the underlying math of it, to be able to kind of start eventually. Oh my God, see the back of my my poster already collapsing in the back also. Let's maybe just look at the charts and get into it,
Oh, you said you had a room that was facing forward, so you could see everything in front of the boat. That's pretty cool.
That was really cool. Yeah, it's worth it. I wouldn't do it like all the time, because normally we like to go more on like road trips, exploratory holidays. But it was also nice, to just sit down and have somebody cater to you all the time, and get taken care of all your needs. Sit there in the evening. And my definition always of a relaxing evening is sitting there thinking about trading systems and trading strategies and looking at charts.
It is,
and while,
isn't it? I mean,
and while doing that, you can basically say, "Hey, can you bring me another Long Island iced tea and a beer, please?"
That's the best type of vacation, where you can just sit alone, not do anything, and just think about the next trading system or the next idea or the next. For me, I love when I'm like, I got some time to just because we have all of these things we need to do. We got our job and everything, but what we really want to do is at least for me, what I really want to do is just analyze the market and trade. So when I have the time to relax, that's what I do. Like that's for me, that's relaxing.
It's absolutely
pulling up the laptop and but it's also for me it's important not to do that when when it's family time. That's a struggle that I have, to really make sure that now it's family time. I gotta take care of the kids. I gotta spend time with the family and not spend time on the charts, because it's really, I do feel like I'm always addicted to analyzing the markets and trading. So
that's
I guess
I'm usually the last that goes to bed at night, and I'm the first to get up. So I don't mind getting up also at 5 a.m. and sitting there first for 2 hours doing my stuff. By the way, I cannot find our live stream right now on YouTube.
No? Okay. Well, it should be there. Let's see. Let's go in and I'll see if I can find it. It is. Let me take a look if it's. Oh, it's unlisted. That's weird. I gotta go in and change that.
No wonder I cannot find it. No
Okay.
wonder. But our hardcore fans.
Yes, they still found their way into this. Let me actually get it to see, because I did set all of these up. So I'll have to see if it's yeah. Okay. There's something. I probably just forgot to change it from unlisted to public, but that should be all right. Thank you for noticing that. That makes a huge
later you
difference.
complained to me why we only had like 7 viewers.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we do have some viewers. This is pretty
We
cool.
do.
They all find their way in here. Gold. Okay, I mean we cannot have a live stream today without talking about gold. This is it's a quite
Granted.
incredible price action right here. Now again, we have one of those scenarios where you know um, when you analyze the markets and you see an idea and you're like, yeah, this looks really good. We can actually look at the example, the exact example that I'm thinking of. This is the price action 2 weeks ago. I'm looking at gold and I'm thinking, oh, this is just, to me, it's too good. It's too good not to buy gold. I did buy gold. I did buy some gold for my long-term investing. I am like 30% of my portfolio is in gold. So I did actually add a little bit to that here. But from a trading perspective, obviously I saw the opportunity, but I couldn't, I didn't find an entry. And this is why, two different worlds where you have investing long term and trading. It's just two completely different things because from a technical point of view, I can look at the markets and I can say, okay, in the next week or so, I think price is going to be higher. And that's it. So I'm going to be buying. But from a trading perspective, there's so many more variants. Like you got to think about the risk to reward, you got to think about the risk of the account, you got to think about the invalidation level. Is this an intraday trade? Is it a swing trade? Where's the profit? How are you going to manage that, right? In my long-term trading portfolio, it's more about just averaging into a position and then selling the portfolio based on the bigger cycles in the market, basically asking, are we in a bull market or a bear market, and I feel like a lot of times I'm in this situation where I do see a really good setup, but I fail to capitalize on it from a trading point of view. And gold is a really good example of that. We had a bullish engulfing candle right inside the 0.618 here. We hit that trend line. I saw the breakout of the falling wedge. We even had a really good, if we play forward here using the replay.
I was already wondering, like, how come my gold chart is different to your gold chart?
But yeah, of course.
You
No, I'm
the
using
replay.
the replay.
Okay.
You start trying to play through the price action here to see, like, okay, so on the daily, maybe I should have just got in on this, because to me that is quite obvious. But then I'm looking at the risk reward. I'm like, it's 1.5. Should I, up here too? Is it worth it? Probably not worth it. It's we're in a range. I need higher risk reward. So looking at replay function here is like, okay, it comes down, and then a massive move to the upside. How am I going to catch that move? Okay, maybe maybe something like this, that might be valid. But then I need to look for like confirmation. So what happens here? Well, it just flies up, no entry. So it's like, yeah, it's difficult.
There were entry points actually. Funny enough, LJ and I, we were discussing about exactly this last what was it, last Monday as well. Let me quickly switch to my screen if I can find my layout. Here it is. Here we go. So when we are trading roughly here, we said like, okay, at the moment, the bias is to the upside. Simply also here, still an existing uptrend, hitting bull market support bands. That's always a good entry normally, not always, but many times when the trend continues. But we also said, like, as a matter of fact, if you look like at intraday patterns, there was not so much to do because we were like in the middle of nothing. But it's beautiful. I mean, we are seeing the breakout really over the last all-time high. So either if you're brave, you enter here, which of course bears the risk of being too late to the party, or what is preferred, but that also bears the risk of missing the party completely, or the revitalizing of the party, so to say, is to wait now for the bull pullback to the support and then try to enter there. I don't know if it's going to happen. Probably a lot is going to depend also on the data we are seeing. I mean, it's a heavy duty data day. I think the USA are not trading actually today, no? aren't they?
Exactly, it's a bank holiday in the US.
Yeah. So I mean, considering this, in my opinion, it's pretty amazing that we've seen this breakout on a day where the US is not going to be there. I consider that as something positive, which gives me an upwards bias, honestly speaking. So I would rather search for more long entries, and I'm doing so. Again, with you can see my short-term scalping system here in gold. That's the top right, has been printing. Yeah, early this morning, already 2 entries. Second entry, not so great. First entry was great. So I'm probably going to continue looking for those, although I must say in the current setup that I'm trading them automatically, they had a pretty rough time the past 2 weeks, which comes naturally, in my opinion, because gold was in this consolidation pattern for a very long time now, and trend following system are then notoriously late to the party. So I'm trying to compensate for that lack of entry positions with, for example, applying average or percentage ATR filter, so that the system only engages in trades if there's a certain underlying volatility. But this also bears the risk then, of course, that you miss a lot of trades. So kind of still struggling to find the truth there. But if I just plainly look at the daily chart now here, I would say my bias is really to the upside. Today, I would rather look for trades to the upside, simply due to the fact that technically we still need to break out over this wick here. So I could draw another line up here. Of course, we haven't broken over that, but I don't like using wicks necessarily for tops or bottoms, because they always show the overextension of a momentum move. But a pretty philosophical question. I don't have data to back that up or to make that untrue. But yeah, I probably would like to wait for a pullback and then trade the pullback as a long position, because I haven't seen that in a while, honestly speaking, in such a high liquid asset. Same would apply to euro dollar, for example, a move without the backing of the US markets. That shows something.
No, you're absolutely right. I think the fact that we're rallying here without that volume, I would say that liquidity that would come from the US market is definitely telling. We have a question here saying, basically asking, what do I think about potentially gold all-time high? Scalper says, I hope XAU USD makes new all-time high. What do you think, Jonatan? Okay, so what do I think? Well, we can look at, by the way, I've talked a lot about volume, tick volume, and the difference between tick volume and real volume. Now, I've actually found 2 research papers on this that is comparing tick volume to real volume. What they did was, I believe they looked at a CFD market and compare it to the futures market. And on the 1 hour time frame, it is like 97% accurate, almost up to 99% accurate, which means that tick volume and real volume is pretty much the same in the futures market and the CFD market. And one of those markets were looking at gold. CFD market was on a one of the major exchanges for gold, and then they compared it to the gold futures US market, and they saw that it was like 99% accurate on the hourly time frame. They did see, however, that going lower on the 1 hour, there could be some signs of it being less accurate, but still pretty accurate. So, I've been trying to figure out if I can actually do volume analysis using tick volume, and I think that is that answers that question for me. So I can now incorporate volume analysis into my forex trading and my CFD trading, which I've been hesitant to do until I had like proof of that working. So 2 different research paper now confirms that. So looking at the OBV and the OBV is the on balance volume right here. If the OBV goes up, it basically means that there's stronger. There's more volume for the buyers. If volume comes in on a bullish candle, it gets added to the OBV. If volume comes in on a bearish candle, it gets subtracted from the OBV. So and you can do technical analysis on the OBV. Like for example, you can add horizontal levels on a range, and whenever OBV breaks above that range, it would tell you that the buyers are stronger than the sellers compared to what they were in this range. So you can see right here from here to here. The buyers and sellers were somewhat equal, especially starting around this area right here. Actually, I think it's better to just write out the range because I do believe it started here. So as you can see here, we had this big move to the upside, a big rally on OBV, and then it started ranging, right? And that's around the same time where this major range started. Now, what's interesting is that OBV actually broke out here. So when you had that big move to the upside, you had OBV actually breaking the range. So what's interesting here is when we had that signal, and one of the reasons that I did not want to incorporate this into showing on the live stream with the analysis is because I wanted to confirm that this is actually technically the correct way of doing it. And now that I have it confirmed, we can safely say that the fact that we had that breakout above this range on the OBV with that signal right here, and then on this push to the upside where we actually pushed above this resistance, you saw that you had a nice increase in volume right here. So you can see that volume is slowly but surely increasing right here. Now if you look at the current candle, the current daily candle has not yet printed yet, so we have it's not closed, so we have 12 hours left to add volume to this candle, so we can't really use that much in our analysis. What we can do, however, is you can go into the lower time frames, and here then I wanted to go to the 1 hour to make sure that I'm in line with what I've seen in the research I've done on tick volume to make sure that it's actually accurate. Now what we want to do here is we want to make sure that the breakout happens on a volume spike, an increase in volume. So let me just go in and change the fib tool here. Where can I do the visual order? Okay. So I go to the 4 hour. I right click that one, and then visibility on intervals should be current interval and above. Okay, so now we go to the 1 hour, it shouldn't be there. Good, so we have a better view of the volume. Now what we see right here, from all the way from here to here, we have an increase in volume. Basically what this tells us is that volume confirms price action. When you have an uptrend, and you have an uptrend in volume and an uptrend in price, that means that volume is confirming price. If instead volume would look like this, then that would be a hint of this not being, a proper breakout, the real breakout. Now, what we see here is, now this high is obviously lower than this high here. That might be because of the fact that this spike comes in at around 4 p.m. We have not yet reached 4 p.m. So when we reach that time and we would see a spike around that time that is higher than that one, then I would absolutely think that this is a confirmed breakout, and price is most likely, in my opinion, going to break new all-time highs. What's also interesting here is that this time at 4, we had that volume spike. At 4 this time, a small volume spike, and at 4 here, small volume spike, and at 4 here, a much smaller volume spike. So if we connect the time between these, we would have, it would look like this, okay? So the volume spike that we're getting at 4 today is much, much higher than what we had previous days at the same time. Now this is important, right? Because certain markets, they open and close a certain time. You will have certain type of traders buy and sell gold on their exchanges when they're actually awake, you know. So this is important. So it actually does look like, even though this spike is lower than that one, the timing of this is important, and we're getting a huge amount of more volume at 4 a.m. Tonight than we had previous nights, which tells me that yes, there is a lot of volume coming into the gold market right now. The breakout right here happened on very high volume. You can also go to the 4 hour, you see clearly an uptick in volume, and these bars right here is the current bar is higher than what we had in several days, and also with a nice breakout here on the daily OBV, as you can see right here. So according to volume, all the signs are here that there's a lot of momentum and a lot of buying pressure behind this move on gold. Now, if you look at the price action, we could definitely say that, you know, you have a breakout here, goes into, you know, breaks that high time frame resistance. I believe this was the highest daily close ever in gold. So it's the all-time high daily close happening around this area. That's significant, right? And then we have a level right here. So looking at this, you would say, okay, well, if you're breaking retest trader, you want to see a retest of that level. That doesn't happen. Consolidation, breakout, another level. Now remember, this is what gold does when it has high momentum. You can look at the daily, exact same structure on the daily throughout almost the whole bull market. Very rarely does it retest the obvious level. It just continues. And I think there might be a possibility of gold doing this today as well, unless the lack of volume from the US might hinder this pattern to play out. Here you have consolidation again. Breakout traders. They failed to get in here. They failed to get in here. Or they might fail to get in here, you know? If the pattern continues, you're probably just going to consolidate, breakout, consolidate, breakout, consolidate, break into new all-time highs. I think we're probably going to break into new all-time highs and not hit that level before we do so. If we hit this level, that might actually be a sign of weakness. That might actually be a sign that maybe that's not the retest to buy, because every other time we had consolidation, breakout, consolidation, breakout. So the pattern, I believe, if we retest that 3,450, would actually potentially be a sign of weakness, and we would need good confirmation to get in on that level. However, from a technical point of view, it's a very good level, okay? It's a very good level because we have the 0.618 right here. It's a very, very good level right here. What do you think? What do you think, Dirk?
Yeah, a couple of comments. And so first of all, interesting comment here from Kafika. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's the beginning of a month. That plays a factor on what we are seeing. I'm also convinced of that, because in the beginning of a month, you will usually see a lot of institutional buying activities. So I'm not talking here about hedge funds, you know, or like more trading-based institutional clients. I'm thinking about pension funds, so more entities that are investing longer term. And what they will do at the beginning of a month, they will rebalance their portfolio. And what they might say at the moment, that's kind of the gist I get from my network, at least, of institutional traders, is that, you know, they are trying to factor in the fact that probably we are not going to see the Ukraine-Russia war ending that early. Then we had this nice meeting of China and Russia and the other guy, forgot his name. And so that adds a little bit of uneasiness. Then we had the rumors about Trump, you know, being either dead already. That was like trending on social medias the last weeks, but well, he turned out not to be dead, luckily. And all this adds to uneasiness. And I said it many times, people, you know, are not so eager anymore to have everything when it comes to risk off assets directly in the US dollars, for example, by buying US Treasury bonds. Although these still, of course, give a higher interest rates than in other parts of this world, but we are anticipating now that on the, what is it, I think 17th of September, we are going to see interest rate cuts. So those become more and more unattractive again. There's really, if you're not into Bitcoin, that is obviously, and Bitcoin is seen as a risk-on asset, there's not much outside the sphere of gold where you can buy some security. So we might actually see this also during the last days, kind of rebalancing of portfolio buying action from institutional. However, this could be a move that like gradually phases out again. I wonder if the Americans maybe did that already last week, knowing that they are going to be on a bank holiday today. One thing I would like to ask you, Jonatan, because I've never worked with on balance volume is, isn't that like an indicator you could like also use as kind of a sentiment indicator maybe? So I'm imagining now if you see a lot of like you say volume on bull candles, meaning bullish volume, it would kind of be interested if you see kind of the same effects you see, for example, from a fear and greed index, that if the sentiment gets too high, the risk of price collapsing, for example, to the downside, like we see in Bitcoin with the fear and greed index many times, gets higher and higher and higher. I don't know if you can use it as an oscillator or derive an oscillator maybe from that. Have you looked into that? Because you said
I have not looked into that, but I think I don't think you can do that, but I mean, there's only one way to
find
know,
out, yeah.
and that would be to actually test it. So what I'm thinking here is you could, of course, so the problem with this is I feel like, yes, the fear and greed index would probably be very correlated with OBV, but the problem here is that, of course, correlation does not equal causation.
Yeah.
So yes, you would probably find a correlation because, of course, in a bull market, OBV would tend to trend higher. At the top of a bull market, most likely you would get a breakout on OBV. But the thing with OBV is the best way to look at OBV is divergences. If you have an uptrend on price and a downtrend in OBV, obviously there's a divergence between price and OBV. It's the same thing with volume. Volume confirms price, right? So yes,
it's kind of an exhaustion pattern then,
Yes, but I also think if you look at the fear and greed index as at a bull market top in Bitcoin, I mean, I've never seen a bull market top not being printed on euphoria, right?
Of course.
I mean, you go euphoria and then disbelief. It's like you're in this euphoria and it's like, oh, I thought Bitcoin is going to go into 1 million, and then it crashes, and you're like, well, this is just a dip, I still think it's going to go to 1 million. That's disbelief, right? And that's the pattern that we see in the market. Now the question is, where is OBV when there's euphoria? Most likely very strong, most likely an uptrend. But there are, of course, I mean, we have the weekly RSI. I'm sure you've I'm sure you've heard about the weekly RSI divergence that we have on Bitcoin right now. You can look at the we have I believe that is these two tops, right? I guess they're looking at these two tops right here.
Yeah, but RSI and Bitcoin, it's not a good fit in my opinion. RSI doesn't really work, very, at least in the classical interpretation in markets that tend to trend exponentially sometimes.
But let me show you something interesting, and this you might actually like. Let me see if I can open up the tab here. I did some analysis.
While you load, I want to quickly answer that. Dirk, do you use divergence in your trading bot? I do not at the moment, at least not in the classical way. Because the trading bot is also looking more at market microstructure, so order book imbalances and spoofing of orders, and deducts from that what that could mean for the price down the road in an hour to 5 hours. However, I'm very interested in it because it could kind of add a different dimension to what not only my Bitcoin trading bot, but also other assets out there, thinking about NASDAQ, thinking especially also about gold, could add another dimension, add another area of confluence to an analysis to basically make the analysis more secure. That's why I was so interested right now in the OBV, because it's something I've never worked with. But I think I need to run a test, like at what point of volume exhaustions maybe the likelihood of the next daily candle, for example, in gold is increasing to over 50% of being a red candle when we are in an uptrend. That's like something maybe, that is good to test with data. But for that, I need to get also good data on gold. That's always the problem. TradingView data, from my experience, not very reliable.
Yeah, no, it's not the best. Can you? So you're using it in TradingView, and you're doing the back testing in TradingView. So you're reliant on their data.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing back test in TradingView. That doesn't work. I'm doing all my back testing with my own engines in Python. And I'm usually also, when I can get it, I want to work with tick data. So, for example, on Bitcoin, I download every day from Binance tick data. So by the nanoseconds every trade and every order book snapshot every milliseconds up to level 10 to the upside and downside. And from that, I aggregate my own candles then. From that, which is the raw data really, on the most granular level that you can have, you can calculate then how do the 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minutes, and so on candles look. It doesn't get more precise than that. And you can always see a lot of difference, even to TradingView, when it comes to the data they display, for example, for the Bitcoin potential future. So I'm looking for data also for gold for this, for example, from CME, I would assume that they have data like this, but it's always costly. Like you always have to prepare to spend like $500-600 for something like this per month. Sorry, I interrupted you. You wanted to show something.
I mean, that might not be worth it unless you start making a lot of money and actually can reinvest that profit into that data. But
yeah,
anyway.
but it's true now. By the end of it, so interrupting you again, but it's true. That's the thing, In order to find systems and strategies nowadays that have an edge, you need to be prepared to spend some money monthly. Be it for example, for a TradingView premium subscription, be it for getting your data somewhere else. It's there is no free lunch basically.
The data I'm using is from Duca's copy.
They are good as well. Yeah.
So I'm using Duca's copy. Take price. Okay, so everyone's looking at Bitcoin weekly RSI. I'm sure you've seen it on Twitter and on social media, because like whenever there's something like this, whenever there's some bearish signal, every influencer is gonna be like, "Oh, look at this! Oh my God, Bitcoin's dying!" Yeah, I was like, "Oh, look at that!" My God, the whole world is gonna end. But it's obviously not. So we see here on the weekly that we have higher highs. And then on the RSI, we got lower highs. Okay, that's great. Great. You find a bearish divergence on the RSI. One instance, show me 100. Well, you can't, because it's Bitcoin. Now, look at this though. This is interesting. While everyone's focused on the weekly RSI, I go into the daily, and I actually see a pattern. I see a pattern that is almost identical. This is 2025 daily RSI bearish divergence. This is 2025, 2021. Now look at that. This is the top in 2021. I'm not saying this is a top for Bitcoin in 2021. Absolutely not. I don't think this is a bull market top. But it is so similar, this structure right here, where you have obviously a reclaim of this level. You have strength coming in price, but momentum is lacking, and RSI is printing lower highs while price is printing higher highs. And you also break below this level. So I think a temporary dip in Bitcoin is, I believe, quite likely, and maybe the RSI has already played out. Maybe this move to the downside was that RSI signal that actually played out. But if we look at Bitcoin here, I do think that it's a really, really good level for a support right here. But we also also possible to see this being used as support. Because a lot of times, most of the time, people look at the upper boundaries of whatever range creates that support. So we have a consolidation, and then you have a breakout, and then this becomes that retest level. But with enough momentum to downside, you can, of course, also test the lower range boundaries of that range where price broke out. I think it's likely for Bitcoin to come down here. Like, I don't know. It's not a big move. It's not a really huge move. Doesn't really matter. Still about 100K.
I mean, playing the devil's advocate here. Remember, in the last prior months, we always said, like you said, like somewhere, I believe, end of August could be like the first date. We see like that the bull market is over. I said it's probably October, November. Other models say January. So we are already within this time span, no, where potentially it could be over. We don't need to necessarily see this overextension to, in your case, it's the blue band of my Bitcoin logarithmic regression. We always said the alpha decay, especially with all those institutional investors coming in, front running, could be higher than we anticipate, which does not mean that Bitcoin is going to collapse now, but it could lead to something smoothing out, that those violent up and down boosts are not going to be so great anymore. That maybe over the course of the next year, we slowly go back to like 80 or 70,000, still a huge move. And then we start slowly building up again because the next bull market is then already approaching. That could be a possibility that, this asset just gets more boring because it has reached such a high market cap already that doesn't allow for those violent moves anymore.
I want to show you. Okay, I think it's this one. So I want to show you some analysis I've done on the Dixie and Bitcoin, where I'm trying to. Let me see here. Then Dixie here. Then that's going to be. That's the wrong Bitcoin.
The wrong Bitcoin.
This is the right Bitcoin. Okay. Okay, so we can look at this, right? Now. Okay, I actually have to find the actual analysis on this, and I have it right here. So just give me a second, and we'll find the actual numbers on this. But this is the blue line is the dollar currency index, okay, and the orange line is Bitcoin, and actually it's the whole. The full price history of Bitcoin. Maybe not the full. I think we have the all-time price index actually starts before 09, I believe. But this is the most of the price from Bitcoin, and then we have of course the dollar currency index here. Now, as you can see here, the dollar currency index is in a massive channel, and all of the prior lows on the dollar have happened around the lows of this channel, and I've marked out how long it has taken for the dollar to print an accumulation range at the lows and then break out. So you can see here 161 and now 287, then 77 days is the length of the current, what I believe is to be the current accumulation phase. So these lows has taken between 120 to 300 days to form, with the average around 190 days, which we're around 60 to 80 days into that, which means we have maybe 100 days left. If this is the long-term accumulation bottom for the dollar, we have about 100 days left, I believe, for that to happen, okay? And as you can see, of course, all the major bottoms on the dollar coincides with tops in Bitcoin, which is obvious. If you know the idea of risk on or risk off, you understand why that is the case. So we're not going to go into detail on that. I can do another day though. But we'll look at this, right? So 100 days, 100 days give or take until a potential top, I believe, in a bull market. Now we go to the Bitcoin chart, and what we can see right here is the window of opportunity. I call the window of opportunity from the earliest time it takes from the halving to the top to the latest, and the middle of this. Now let's just take this and do 100 days. That's going to take us right here, close to the middle of that window of opportunity. Now this line that you're seeing right here, this is the average days it takes from halving to top, which is actually right now.
Yeah.
So right now is the average time it takes from Bitcoin halving to top. But then again, we have a huge. So if you narrow this down, okay, if you just all we can do is this, we can narrow it down just with our eyes. Just do this to make the window of opportunity a bit narrow. We see that that's 100 days from now. So if this dollar currency index, if the dollar is going to bottom at the same pace as it has on average bottom every single time in the past since I believe the early 2000s, we're going to reach most likely. I'm not going to say I believe that this is the case, but through my analysis, it makes sense to see a top of the bull market here. Yeah, so that's just interesting. Another thing, basically, that adds to the timing of the idea of this. Now, of course, I'm pushing forward my timing of this because that's naturally what you have to do. If you're wrong about one time, then you push it forward. But you have to be very open to the idea of saying that this is impossible to time. You cannot time a recession. You cannot time the end of a bull market. What you can, however, you can look at patterns and you can say, I'm looking for certain patterns to confirm, and when that confirms, there's a high risk of this and that happening. And looking at the dollar currency index, I believe that if we start forming, I mean, you can see here that the possible accumulation is very early here, very early. But if you look at previous bottoms, the exit of the accumulation is quite obvious. Where you have, for example, you got this one right here. I believe once you broke this level right here, to me, that is quite obvious. Like this price action right here above that range is, in my opinion, quite obvious. Now that is October 2021. So we go to Bitcoin. What did Bitcoin do in October 2021? October 2021. That was here, okay? So when and it aligns, right? So when the dollar currency index breaks it upside, that's the top on Bitcoin, and those are the clues that I'm looking for the end of the bull market. I'm mostly going to look at Bitcoin and the dollar currency index as my proxy for the bull market. I'm not going to look much on the S&P 500 because I believe that the higher volatility on Bitcoin gives much clearer signal of a top than what the S&P 500 does. But let's look at October 2021 here.
Plus, you have a correlation of 0.93 anyway between Bitcoin and the S&P 500. So it doesn't really matter on which one you look.
How much was it? 0.1?
0.93. So 1 is the highest. It's like 1-to-1 correlation. 0.93 is
that's nothing.
Well, almost perfect correlation already.
Yeah, but if you look at what happened in October 2021 on the S&P 500, it took much longer for the S&P 500 to break down. It broke down like here, and I believe it took much longer for the S&P 500 to actually break down. So I think in most cases, S&P 500 will be the last to confirm a bear market, while Bitcoin will be slightly earlier. So you can kind of use Bitcoin as a proxy for the S&P 500 when it comes to risk on and off.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's that. Man, I get into this. I have this. I get this idea, and I get all into these ideas, and then I completely forget about everything else around me. We have, if you were saying everyone just stays away from the markets on a holiday and price just moves crazy that day. Why does this happen, Jonatan? So, good question. I wish I could have like a really good answer for you, but I think one of the reasons could be that with lower liquidity, you get more pockets in, you get more efficiencies between supply and demand, and price can fill those gaps much quicker with less liquidity. I mean, you look at a liquid altcoin, they can run like several hundreds of percents with less volume. So maybe there's something to it. But then again, like only you is going on holiday. I mean, gold has a lot of volume anyway. So
yeah, I would in general be a bit careful with that assumption, because just because it's happening today doesn't mean that it's happening more than 50% of the time. Usually, you will see when the US is not in, lower trading volume and lower volatility. I think what we're seeing today is due to the facts I stated of rebalancing, due to the geopolitical landscape, what I mentioned earlier. So you will not have these moves, and assuming that when few people are trading, Henry is saying that an asset small orders can lead to large price swings. In general, of course, that is true. Like Jonatan just said, if you look like at a small cap cryptocurrency, but it's not true for something like euro dollar. It's not true for something like gold, also, especially. Those are so in crazy liquid assets with so much volume. And believe me, in my past, when I was working still for a family office, when we had billions of euros that we were moving around, I had order volumes of 50 to 100 million euro US dollar. They didn't move the market at all. Or if you're lucky, then you can be proud of yourself. You move it by a pip or something. This is how crazy liquid those are. So we have to search. I think what we're seeing today, let me bring it maybe to that point to summarize it, is a bit an outlier to what we usually can expect.
Right, so I'm just doing my regular market scan here, seeing if I can find anything interesting for the day. I got a long. One of my algos are long on Euro JPY. It's a breakout trading system, but it's also trading. Doesn't stop trading in range. So basically, the idea is to it tries to catch all the breakouts with a tight stop loss. It has many losses, but then eventually, when it has a winner, it's usually a big runner, and it looks like it's trying to it's trying to trade the breakout of that trend line, I believe. So we'll see how that goes. Most likely going to be a loss on that one. It also has short orders below here, which I think is the better trade, because I do think that if Euro JPY breaks down here, it looks like could potentially be one of those free falls where you have a big move to the upside here, and then you get this sort of consolidation up here and clear levels on the higher time frames below. We also had a comment from someone saying that it's NFP week and we shouldn't be trading. By
that logic, we never should trade.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's many reasons not to trade. I think I don't know about this. I don't know if that's valid not to trade during NFP. I haven't tested that. I have no statistics whatsoever on the profitability of my trading system during NFP. What I do know, however, the system that I did trade manually, I tested that with the news events, and I've seen that actually the system was actually more profitable when ignoring news events than actually not trading during news events, because I do believe that it went long at support, and a lot of times price will use that level as support, even though you have a major news event, because most of the time the news events, the numbers that come out is expected, and when their numbers are expected at support, a lot of times price is using that level as support. So for me, especially when it had a little bit wider stop losses, is ignoring news was the most profitable thing to do. So the people that say like, okay, don't trade on NFP, you're going to be unprofitable if you trade during the NFP week, you're probably just missing out on a lot of opportunities if you haven't tested that.
Actually, two things I want to add to this. I made the same experience when I look at the performance of my systems. It doesn't matter if I put like something into the code saying like, oh, when there are big news coming up, stop trading. With the exception that at the moment, or maybe 5 minutes prior to the news release, 10 minutes after the news release, if it's really a high impact news release, something like NFP, inflation, and so on and so forth, that then maybe do not open new positions. That could have an effect, but in the long term, it doesn't have an effect. And I actually did also some research where I wanted to look for the past 10 years. I compared what was, for example, for something like NFP, inflation rates, and other high impact news, the expectation on that day, and what was the real data released, and how did this affect the markets, for example, euro dollar, for the next 5 to 30 days. And it turned out, and my expectation was kind of like, well, in a gist, when the economy in the USA is doing better, so inflation comes in lower, or GDP growth was higher than expected, maybe US dollar should appreciate over the next 30 days. But it turned out that there is actually no correlation. So it doesn't really matter for the next 5 to 30 days what the outcome of the economic news report was for what the conversion rate, for example, between euro and US dollar, or let's more generalize it, the US dollar index is going to do, which was kind of surprising for me. You have there's a lot of noise coming from your microphone. I don't know if you have me on loudspeaker or something.
I do, yeah. Let me see if I can fix that.
Yeah, that one
maybe it was was an echo.
Yeah, it's still also when you talk, there's like this noise. Don't know, like a bit weird. It's just a minor thing. It's not like that. It's like, overshadowing everything else. So
okay, I'll have to check the replay and see if I can fix that.
Yeah, I trade every week. Yeah, I don't know. Depends, of course, on what kind of system you have. If you're a scalper, for sure you're going to trade every week. Then something like today maybe would be something where I would not trade when I know USA is not in, expecting lower volatility, which today obviously is not true, to at least for gold until this point. That could be valid in my opinion. But then again, it's easy to double check your assumptions nowadays by downloading the data set and testing hypotheses like this. This is something you easily can do, for example, with ChatGPT. Oh God, yeah, I saw a comment on GAN theory earlier already. I remember maybe 15 or 20 years ago, I started to look into this, and I couldn't make sense of it because it kind of falls into the same territory for me like Elliott wave theory, where you give a chart to Elliott wave analysts, to 10, and you get 10 different 10 different results from the Elliott wave analysis. So GAN kind of falls for me into the same direction. I mean, okay, we're talking about chart analysis, so there's always this piece of where we are more in art than actually scientific research, obviously. But it's one of those things that have been around for a long time. But I honestly, same as Elliott wave, I've never seen anybody making it work. So if you have some insights for us there, even Evan, please share them with us. For sure, I would never say oh, this doesn't work, just because I don't know enough of it. Have you ever worked with GAN analysis or Elliott wave, Jonatan?
So Elliott wave theory. I remember when I first started studying CMT, they had that in the CMT 1, the first curriculum. And by the way, I'm long gold here for a quick scalp. So they had that in the first analysis, and they actually, from what I've seen now, they removed Elliott wave theory from that. I don't know why. Maybe because Elliott wave theory is a way of analyzing the markets where it's not a foundation of technical analysis. It's more about taking different aspects of technical analysis and then putting it into one specific system. I do, however, think it works. You said that if you give if you give an idea to 10 different Elliott wave theorists, now I am stopped out on gold. That's great. Let's look for
That was a quick one.
That was a quick one. Whatever. So you give 10 different people and you're going to get 10 different answers. I think that's just because it's subjective. It's the same, like you ask 10 different traders to analyze the best horizontal levels. They're going to give you slightly different answers. I do think Elliott theory is very interesting. I do think it works. It's a very interesting way of analyzing the markets, but it's very complicated as well.
That's the thing, exactly. But you said like you shouldn't, because it's always sold as a kind of set, like a rule book, you know, like if A happens, you have to do B, and so on and so forth. So you shouldn't get different results, in my opinion. That's why I'm so baffled. Like the way it's always presented to the outside, oh, this is a very scientific method of analyzing the markets and getting results. And reality, there's a big gap between those. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write that down now, and hopefully I'll find the time during the week. I'm going to try to write an algorithm for TradingView that is going to automatically draw Elliott waves analysis on a chart this week. And
yeah,
if I succeed with it, I'm going to present it to you guys next week. And I'm going to make it available to everybody for free.
Interesting. So GAN theory, and that's interesting because it's a whole. There's so many different tools based on GAN's theories now. GAN, he is or his story is actually very interesting. So he wrote a book called I think it was called The Tunnel Through the Air. So he wrote a book, and it's not a trading book, right? It's based on a fictional character. It's a very, very bad book. Like, it's incredibly bad book. It's badly written. It's a bad story. Everything. It's just very, very bad. But the interesting thing about this book is it's written in a way to tell a secret trading system. For example, if you look at the way that the book is structured, the original printed version, you can find the golden ratio all over the book cover. You can find some secret clues on the Fibonacci sequence, the way that the number of pages divided by the number of characters will find. You will find the golden ratio in there. And if you follow along with these, there's a science where a specific character becomes a number, and if you apply that to this book, you will basically have a whole universe of different different Fibonacci sequence in there. And this book is based on a sequence in the Old Testament of the Bible. The prophet of Jonas, and from that passage in the Bible, GAN created his whole trading system, because that passage in the Bible apparently holds secret ancient knowledge that he was able to apply to the market, and from that he devised a system called the law of vibration, not to be mistaken by the secret or the law of attraction. That's not the same thing. The law of vibration is also called the law of seven. It's incredible because it's proven that financial markets actually do, in a sense, move according to the law of seven, or as GAN called it, the law of vibration. And he was able to create certain cyclical patterns in the financial markets. That is true today, that he was able to exploit as a trader. and he's trying to then tell the world about the secret knowledge and the secret trading system through different books and different ways of doing it. If you're interested in that, there's a book called The Law of Vibration, The Theories of GAN. It's an amazing book, and it's so out there. It's so outlandish, and it's so out there. And what's more fascinating is that you can see the patterns in the markets, and it really makes you think about his legacy. He was apparently one of the most profitable and was one of the most successful traders at his time. But he also, like, there's no real proof of that, you know?
That's the thing always, no?
Yeah, that's the thing. Exactly. So
honestly, I mean, sorry, I don't want to laugh about anybody out there, but if I listen to what you just stated, you know, with the Bible, and when everything can be divided by 7, a word on that, by the way, later from me also, and there are like these patterns everywhere, that all of this always sounds to me like the next bad script for the next bad Indiana Jones movie, and not something, you know, we should apply to trading strategies or to our training. The thing here always is, yeah, there are these patterns like the golden ratio, for example. That is a pattern you find everywhere, from the house of a snail to how a leaf is growing, or like the measurement ratios of leaf to the market as well. This is also the reason why often we find like that that Fibonacci levels, for example, work as good confluence zones and confluence levels. However, we should not mistake that this is some mysterious thing that helps us to become very precise when analyzing the markets, or to get good entries or good exit. It can help us, but we need to more accept that this golden ratio, for example, is probably the most energy efficient way to grow things and to develop things. This is why it's become kind of the way for nature to go about things. In evolution, leaf growth, how a snail builds their house, how we build our houses, how financial markets under the hood perform. This is also a good example of correlation and causation, in my opinion. It's like always very tempting to go down that road, in my opinion, but usually it doesn't lead to anything. And believe me, I've tried it, not only once.
So I think you said, you know, sounds like a bad script for a bad movie. Like, I think it sounds like a really good script for a fantastic movie. I would pay a lot of money to watch that movie. I love that kind of stuff. Like, like you said, sure, the golden ratio, whatever, you know, that might have been the most effective way for animals to survive and to reproduce and all of that, right? But sure, that might be the case, or it might be something super mysterious. Like, I don't know, but
we don't know. You might as well ask, like, why is the number P 3.14 and so on and so forth for eternity? You know, behind the commata. Why is that so? Nobody. We probably will never find out. Is that something somebody decided? Is that something that came about naturally? Does it affect our daily life? Yes. Does it make forecasting better? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not about, for me as a trader, I don't really care why. I just care if, you know, if there's a pattern, you know. So if I'm able to see that there's a pattern in nature that replicates itself in the markets, that to me is very interesting, because it tells me that maybe it's about human psychology. Maybe it's a way for us as a group, as humans, as mass psychology, to develop a certain way of dealing with
sure.
market crashes.
I'm going to read about GAN theory as well. You know, it doesn't make sense for me bitching about something that I have no idea about. Then I might as well.
Speaking of that, I'm also, we have the the moon phase indicator.
Oh yeah, let's get into astrology, or what is that called?
Yeah, I think it's astrology. No, maybe I think this is astronomy. Astrology is when you try to, like,
where's Saturn now? Is it in the house of Sagittarius, projecting bad vibes to planet Earth and to your trading or something like this?
Yeah. But you know what? Astronomy has a place, like it's in the CMT book. Okay.
Is that the
Different
moon phase
cycles.
indicator, or what is that now?
Okay, so this is the moon phase indicator, right? The gray is what is it? Okay. Waning moon and what is this? It's waning moon is that full moon? Waxing moon is a new moon. No?
I have no idea.
Man, I don't know. Anyway, one of them you can see here. So interesting pattern.
If you look at this is like, how come, you know? It's not.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
again, I think if you scroll out a little bit, it's probably also something that works well in ranging markets, but not so well in trending markets.
I actually think it works better in trending market, but I'm going to.
Oh God! Let's not go down this rabbit hole, please.
I'm working on a strategy to actually.
If you know what, if you come up with a strategy based on moon phases that is profitable, I'm personally going to send a nice big gift to you to Sweden.
Okay, nice.
Not just in backtesting, it needs to earn money for at least 6 months.
I don't care about that. Or like, I'm not gonna
We're all about backtesting.
But no, I'm definitely definitely interested in. I'm gonna see if I have some time on that. No, we're not gonna do a giveaway this week. I have some really cool ideas though that I'm working on. So imagine. Okay, so we have the Robbins Cup, the Robbins Trading Cup, right? Which is considered to be like the gold standard of trading competitions, right? Because you have to put up your own money and you have to have a live trading on a brokerage and all of that. What if we can do? Okay, what if we can do this? Picture this, right? 5ers World Cup, okay, all live. Right, it's all live. It's gonna be like the football World Cup, right? But for trading. Everyone in here, we got all the hosts in here. They're gonna be put into a qualifier round, and we're gonna invite as many people as possible. Invite influencers, everyone. Every single match is going to be live here, and we're gonna have qualifiers. Then we're going to have, a round of 32, round of 16, 8, 4, all of that, do semifinals and finals and all of that. The winners, they're going to win a nice prize. And I think I'm going to be setting up something huge here. I mean, that's the vision. That's the vision that I'm trying to build here with the trading room, like a huge trading competition that is going to air over probably a couple of weeks, maybe even a month, depending on how many people we get into here. And the new guys are able to vote. Thinking about it, would be cool to have the viewers vote for the ones they think are going to win, and then if that person actually wins and maybe makes it all the way to the finals, we'll be able to have rewards like hub credits and things like that, giving out to the people that vote on it. Based on sports betting, it's on a trading competition. I'm really looking forward to that. So that's something that we're working on in the background. Right. So on gold here, I'm looking at another long here. I think we have now. If you look at here on the 1 minute, price has now come down into a good support level right here. We're kind of consolidating here on the lower time frame. So we would have wanted that reaction to come in a little bit quicker, a little bit more, because obviously you look at all the other times where we have hit this level. It's been a quick visit, and then we have almost like a V-shaped recovery almost every time. And now we're kind of slowing down, creating accumulation range, but we're not really seeing that momentum come in. But I do believe that once we break above this trend line, there is a chance of seeing a breakout to the upside. Let's see, do we have any by the way, guys, we have in TradingView, we got this indicator template. It's really good way of changing indicators when you're analyzing the market. So for example, we got this one. This is a volume analysis template. This is where I have the OBV and the volume bars, and then I have another one which is RSI and MACD divergence. This is where I look at the MACD histogram, the RSI, and the MACD, and we can see that we are, I don't know, let's see. I guess we are starting to see some strength coming in on the MACD histogram. Let's remove that one because we got it below as well. Let's make that a little bit smaller. You can see right here that the top of the MACD histogram right here is that top. And then you get this top right here is higher than that one, but price obviously is in a downtrend. But you're starting to see a potential bottom being formed on MACD here. And if we can get something like this, that would be a possible bullish divergence on the MACD here on the 1 minute. So the question is then, who cares about a divergence on the 1 minute? Well, I would say not many people would care about that unless you have a system specifically developed to trade those divergences. We can also do some technical analysis on the RSI, saying that we have a resistance area right here. RSI is flat. We have resistance right here. If we break out like this, then that would be, and as long as price stays below that level, that would also be a bullish divergence on RSI. Now, we have a possible consolidation here on the 1 minute. Now, what I want to see if I put on the volume here. Now, what I want to see on OBV is a breakout to the upside. I don't want to see the OBV being in a downtrend. I want to see a breakout to the upside on the OBV and also a uptake in volume when you have that breakout. And I do suspect that we're not going to see that. Our OBV is probably going to be in a downtrend. Yeah, as you can see here on the OBV, we're still in a downtrend here. Not much happening. And you know, the thing is, you can look at all these indicators. You can look at the RSI, the MACD. Maybe you're getting a bullish divergence. You can look at volume. Is volume confirming the idea? Look at OBV. Is price? Is OBV breaking out? You can look at all of these and try to find clues in your trading. But it really doesn't mean anything unless you have statistics to back that up. Do I have statistics on gold to back this up? Not really. I haven't looked at the significance of, you know, bullish and bearish divergence on the MACD and the RSI and the 1 minute for gold. I haven't really looked at but I do know the basis of technical analysis, and these are usually the way that you use these indicators to look at clues in the market. But that's all good, you know, if you want to analyze the market, but you also have to look at the statistics, and technical analysis is not really of much use if you can't make money doing it. Sure, you can sell your analysis, I guess, and make money doing that. But in terms of trading, you have to actually figure out what are the probabilities of the things that I'm watching, the patterns that I find in the market. For example, you can just remove all the indicators on here, and I would argue that if you see something like this, a break and a retest, well, it's going to show as a bullish divergence, and it's going to show as the OBV breaking out as well. So my argument is 90% of the time, you're better off just looking at price. That's what I've seen from my own experience. Everyone, you know, trying to find these divergences and the volume divergence and all of that, they give you clues, but very rarely do they give you actionable ideas. It's very difficult to trade based on RSI and MACD divergence, because usually when you find them, when you spot them, you don't have confirmation in price. That confirmation comes much later. Louis says I'm gold short from 3473. Okay. So he is short from here. Yeah, I mean, it does look... it does look slightly bearish here. We'll see. But I like how it's now consolidating here, and all I want is a break above that resistance. Let's do a poll. Actually, I can't do a poll because I can't. There's something wrong with YouTube here. I can't access the comment section.
Oh, we can still do a verbal poll.
Yeah, let's just let us know in the comment section. Are you bullish or bearish on gold on the lower time? Basically, what I'm asking is, do you think this level will hold or will it break? So, would you short or long gold right here? Let me know in the comments. We'll see.
And we're not going to say what we would do, so we don't influence you.
Okay, let's see.
I think there's a bias on short, like by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a short bias here, and it looks like the 1 minute might be breaking out here. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Dirk, did you hear about my idea to do a trading competition?
I didn't. Sorry, I had to rush to the door because the mailman was there with some fancy new hardware deliveries for me.
Right.
And I didn't want to risk that I need to run to the post office tomorrow because, of course, I want to install them this afternoon.
So what I want to do is we're gonna do a like a trading tournament. We're gonna do a football World Cup type of tournament where we're first gonna start with a little example. We're gonna start with first 16 traders. They're all gonna be matched up at random. So we do a round of 16, and a round of 8, and a round of 4, and then we have the finals.
So it's like whoever has the best performance within. So for like it would be just an example. You matched against me, and then whoever has the better performance within time period X progresses to the next round.
Exactly. So we're setting up. So I'm still working on the accounts, but I'm thinking it's going to be an account with no target, of course, to the upside, but a 2% stop loss.
There's just one thing I don't want. I don't want to be matched up with LJ too early.
yeah, right. I'll see what I can do. It's probably going to be random.
You know why I like this? I mean, of course, if we just do it like, oh, you are going to be matched up for 1 hour or whatever, then it's always a bit a game of luck. It is anyway, even if we do every match like a week, it's still going to be a lot of luck involved. But what I like about this, and this is what I also liked about the last trading competition when we did this, where I didn't do well at all, was it pushes me out of my comfort zones because I need to take more risk and do things I normally would not do. And because of that, last time I actually developed some new ideas and adjusted some of my risk metrics because I said like, hey, on some of the stuff, you're actually too conservative. You can be a little bit more aggressive. So that's nice about it. I like that.
So what we're doing is like, I think because there's going to be a lot of matches. Eventually, we'll have eventually, and I'm thinking it's going to be quite a big tournament. So the first matches is going to be shorter, and the longer you get into the competition, it's going to be longer. So I think the first ones is going to be 60 minutes. The one that makes the most amount of money. So the one that makes the most amount of money in the first hour goes on to the next stage, and then I think the semi-finals will probably be 2 hours, and the finals gonna be like closer to 4 hours. But it all depends on the structure.
I agree with your oracle when it comes to Jonatan and me going heads up. My money would be on Jonatan as well.
Well, yeah, because.
You see my psychological warfare here already?
You have to have a certain, you definitely have to have a certain mindset. You have to just forget everything you know about trading, and
just trade
gamble a little bit. But you have to do so in a sense where, it's.
But I super like it. I think that's a fresh format. Is it by the end of the day going to determine, like based on reality, like who's the best trader? Probably not. But for sure, it's entertaining as hell.
Eventually, what I think we could do is we have, of course, the like the weekly. Look at that stop loss, by the way. Look at that. That's typical gold.
By the way, nice guys. Everybody who said short just now. Well done, guys, on this microstructure here. Very well done. My bet wouldn't have been on short here, by the way. And everybody who said short, and everybody who said long, everybody who was indecisive, you know what you guys should do now? Leave us a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. We need likes. We need likes. Otherwise, we die like vampires.
What I would love to do is kind of use the 5ers, our competition engine, right? And do like a competition, and to do that in as a kind of like a qualifier round or something like that. I mean, I'm thinking like get like hundreds of people in there, like oh my god, look at that. What if this is just gonna break out?
That was picture perfect, really.
Yeah,
picture perfect.
Yep. Crazy. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, do maybe like qualifiers or something, and then add like hundreds of people in qualifying, and the ones that perform best gets to the next stage. But I'd like to do everything live on a live stream, and therefore we have to have like shorter matchups, obviously.
So you don't just want the host to be matched against each other. You want like the audience to also be involved.
No, I want the hosts and like influencers, people that are able to come on the live stream.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Eventually down the line, the vision I have here for this would be to have like a massive event, right? Have a massive prize pool, and even maybe do the finals in real life, at a stadium, but in two traders on stage, 2 computers, 4 hours with half time, everything, and they win like a
stadium. Did I ever? I think it was that Mike, or was that you? I talked about my idea I have for a show called House of Trading. I think I told you about it as well.
You take a bunch of traders and put them in the house.
Yeah, exactly, and see what happens for the next 1 to 3 months. So it's like Big Brother, but for trading.
Yeah, that would be fun. Or not, it could be super boring as well.
Could be super boring, yeah. Like going on for hours and hours about statistical methods of how to test your data the best.
What you could do? It's like you tell the house, there's this speaking command about new challenge, and they're like, the one with the worst P&L has to do the dishes for the whole week or something like that, That would be fun.
would be super fun, yeah. Or not,
Yeah.
depends, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're the one doing the dishes.
Oh man, we're not okay. So gold, yeah, gold to the upside. Not. We'll see. It's just maybe there's maybe we have a breakout happening or break to downside here. What do you think?
Sorry, I have to go on. This is awesome. The plot twist is one person in the house is not actually a trader. And I guarantee you that person is going to walk away after a month
Yeah,
being the most profitable one.
exactly. And that person's like, when asked like, "What's your trading strategy?" I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I just buy here and there, and then it's like, "Yeah, that's a good strategy. Good strategy."
And, well, it looked like it's going up, so I pressed buy. I think that's right if you want to buy, yeah?
Yeah, and everyone's like, "Yeah, that's actually a great idea. Great idea. Good trade."
Yeah, it's breaking down further. I'm kind of surprised,
Yeah.
honestly speaking. But we are nearing, what did I say earlier? For me today, it's still some way to there, like around 3,450 would be an area where I seriously would consider taking the risk of a long position. I would go to the lower time frame, see price action there. Maybe apply some of the methods that that Victor has taught me over time there, and see if I can find an entry there if we go that low.
Let's see. Maybe we get a breakdown here.
I'm getting a breakdown.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna trade. I already have one loss on gold here, so I feel like I'm not gonna have to wait for like clear price action. It's very messy here. I still think like we've taken out the lows here twice. If we can get moved to the upside, I think long would be the best thing here.
Yeah, I agree. But as I said, like for me, 3,450, I think that it's really an area where I just maybe not with my full risk, but for the heck of it, risk along there, because the stop loss can be pretty tight there as well. And if we get a bounce there, we quickly could be at 70 or maybe even 80 again.
Yeah, I definitely think long is the best course of action here.
Yeah, that would be around that area, 54. That's always the risk, if I say something like around 3,450, where do you actually enter? Is it going to bounce before that and you miss out by 50 cent or whatever, or a dollar, or are you fading into the trade, so to say, or scaling into the trade? I think is it Tamil saying here 3,425? Yeah, could be possible as well. Let's see. Or we actually go into the stake now that would be typical for a US holiday market like this, that not much is happening, that we oscillate between 65 and 72 or something like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I feel like we're slowly realizing. I mean, the London session here on like GBP CHF, for example, nothing at all. USD CAD, some movements here, but not really much. Trying to find something that might be tradable. I do like Euro NCD here though. We had a strong push to the upside, and we're slowly drifting lower. But then if you look at like local price action, yeah, might be interested in going long down here. But then if you zoom out and you look at the weekly, we're at the level where euro NCD has not been above this level since before 2010. So will we break out now? 15 years later? I don't know. Probably not. So what I would be looking at on Euro NCD is actually a confirmation that we might actually break down and start trading lower.
By the way, I meant to ask you something. I think we haven't looked at the US dollar index today. We talked about it, but didn't look at it. What do you think of it? It's like, because I feel like I'm getting a little bit biased towards the US dollar. Like my long-term expectation for the rest of the year is that we continue moving lower, potentially somewhere to the area of 90 to 93 within the next 6 to 8 months. How do you see
90 to 93. Okay, that's
potentially?
Yeah. Okay, so
because I now because you were exactly showing this earlier, I thought like maybe I'm a little bit too biased when it comes to the downside, and we could be closer to the inception point where we see a swing towards a stronger dollar, so the risk off move again soon.
So what I think is, I think looking at 90 to 93 at support could be that typical, that typical target when you are biased, right? You're looking at how far down can we go? Like, what's the lowest support on the dollar? And if we look at like what's the lowest support on dollar, I mean, we're not going to go to 85. So looking at the lowest support for the dollar, yeah, I would probably agree that we come in at around 90 to 93. But for that, like, I think from a technical point of view, I think it's more likely that we're going to continue to range and build a accumulation. Like, we can still go down, maybe, down here to 95, 96 or something like that, and create. So I think to see an accumulation range here at around the current prices, where current price might be the middle of that accumulation range, that kind of makes sense as well for the rest of the year. The dollar might fluctuate up
by the
and
way,
down.
96 is what I have on the radar for late November in my system.
Yeah, so 96, a spike down to 96 to mark the capitulation, if you will, would make sense to me. To see the US dollar go all the way down to like 90 or 93, that range, we have to have some, I believe, serious bearish development for the USD, which of course I'm not a fundamental analyst, but if you're looking at what's driving the current sentiment right now, well, that is of course interest rates, inflation, and the tariffs. I think those are the three big things that is really driving sentiment right now. And I mean, we're looking at inflation. Inflation is still kind of sticky. They're talking about potentially, lowering interest rates. That's probably going to happen. But, lowering interest rates at the same time as inflation might be sticky. I believe that's what we call stagflation, right? And to have a stagflation, yeah, and to have a scenario like that, and then maybe it shows that the tariffs are going to be a massive failure. US is not going to get any revenue from the tariffs. It's just not going to work. Maybe at that point, trust in the US dollar might completely erode, and we continue to drift lower. But imagine if, it's a difficult situation. It's really a difficult situation because I have a bit of issue trying to figure out what would the picture look like if dollar goes lower, and also what would it look like if the dollar goes higher. What does that look like? And for me, I think it's easier for me to paint the picture using technical analysis than it is to use fundamental analysis. So I'm basically, is what I can say is, yeah, it's possible that we're going to go down to 90 to 93. That would invalidate my idea. But then, of course, I would just look for the same type of accumulation down in that area. But it would actually negate the whole idea of this channel.
Can you zoom out a little bit longer on that chart?
Like this?
Yeah. I mean, we have, I think it's like maybe 92, 93 is a little bit too exaggerated. We didn't have many times, where we actually were trading below something like 92. It was this whole, I think after 2008, probably we were, but no, if I'm not mistaken.
There's also another way we can look at this, and that is in the because it's very easy when you're doing technical analysis, it's easy to get a bias because of the way the chart is looking. So one thing that I like to do is to try to use different techniques and see, can I find the same type of patterns using these techniques, or can the other types of techniques negate the whole idea here? So one way that I'm looking at this is this channel can also be 3 different ranges, and the entry into a new range would most likely mean a change in the fundamentals. And if we're trading at the top of a specific range, that means that the end of that specific cycle that caused that range to form in the first place. So we are in an area right here where you could argue that this is a range, or so we have broken range low, or we have one range here and one range here, and the intersection between the range high of the previous range, we can make in different colors so it's easier to see what I mean here. So we can call this the green range, and then this is the yellow range. Now the intersection between the range low and this range high actually tells us that we might actually be entering the green range. And if we enter the green range, we are testing range EQ, and there is the possibility of coming down and testing the range low of that range, and that is around 90, 91. So this channel that we're printing might be invalidated, and we enter a range here. But it's might be a little bit far-fetched. What I like to do as well is let's look at the monthly, and then throughout this whole price action right here, where is the what would be the level where most of price action has been traded? So we can first draw a big level just encapsulating this whole area, and we could definitely agree that, okay, we're testing a level where it's highly unlikely that at least the dollar are going to go below this level. So that's below 90. Now we're looking at 89. I don't think the dollar is going to go below 90. So can we make this level tighter, still incorporating the same type of price action? And we can. I believe if we do this, it's going to paint pretty much the same type of pattern. We have the same type of moves and the same type of price action within this area, and that level then becomes 92 to 95. So yeah, it is. There is, of course, a possibility of price coming down here, but we have another thing that I like to add as well, and that's the fibs, and we then see that we are right in this area right now. So there's different ways you can analyze this, and if you're not careful, you're going to be suffering from analysis paralysis, obviously, because it's going to show you a lot of different things. But I can make an argument of both ways here, which then makes me think that confirmation is key.
So yeah, thank you first of all for your analysis, Dar. I mean, I agree. If I look now deeper into my price direction forecasting system here that tells me not exactly where is the US dollar heading, but more of like a directional bias, so to say, that is always easier to achieve when trying to achieve something like, on the 10th of November, the US dollar index is going to trade at X or Y. I see actually that around 90 would be more something that could be happening in the second or third quarter of 2026. Until then, of course, a lot of things can change. And I agree with you. We live in, first of all, interesting times with everything that's going on economically. We're potentially having, probably if the NFPs are not going to be crazy outliers to the north on Friday, we are probably going to see an interest rate decision to lower interest rates on the 17th, or is it 13th or 17th of, I think 17th now of September. And the interesting thing here is also, apart from all the economic factors like inflation being sticky, inflation maybe returning also in 2026 when the tariffs potentially go into the calculation of inflation year over year, if they are, if they are not deemed illegal, and as they are at the moment by what was the Supreme Court or whoever in the USA. What we are seeing also is the political pressure on the Fed. Like Donald Trump and his administration slowly replacing the people surrounding Jerome Powell that are more data-based on conservative and do not let themselves influence so much by political pressure, with other people that are more likely to decide in the favor of Donald Trump. And we've seen that with the first member of the board of the Fed already happening. Jerome Powell, I think his mandate ends somewhere in the second quarter, early second quarter next year. Was it April? Was it May? I'm not so completely sure. We can probably then see somebody that is more, I don't want to say a marionette of Donald Trump, but more that is somebody in favor of a current administration becoming the head of a Fed. So there, a lot more political power is going to be pressured onto the Fed, meaning probably, Donald Trump has said that numerous times, we need to lower the interest rates by 3%. Crazy. Everybody knows that. But this could be the reality next year. And what this is then going to do to the trust in the US dollar, to the overall performance of the US economy, that's on a whole different level. So potentially next year is going to be quite difficult, when it comes to fundamental analysis, and difficult also when it comes to technical analysis, because the markets are going to react more heavy than they are doing at the moment, even to news coming out. If we can then at all trust the statistics on economic data that are coming out of the USA, but that's a complete different discussion, of course. Very interesting, very unsure times, in my opinion. If I look back on the last 26 years that I've been doing this type of fundamental analysis, at least I cannot think of one occasion where I was this unsure how the next year is going to be. If I really should adhere to my models and trade what my models tell me, which is sell everything, risk on latest in November, then walk away for a year and then start buying again, because of the unpredictability of the current administration, because of the unpredictability of the geopolitical landscape when it comes to wars and potentially escalating conflicts. So for sure, at least for a fundamental analyst, interesting times, difficult times. However, this also could open up some interesting opportunities on more shorter time frames, on scalping time frames especially, or swing trading time frames, because we might have more volatility going forward there. So it's always a trade-off. It's the reason also why I focus so much on short-term trading, scalping, to get my models fit to reality there, because somehow I think the edge to make is going to be a microstructure going forward in latest in 2026, at least for a year. And I mean, without wanting to advertise here, guys, I'm independent, although I'm on the stream here from the Fivers. I want to highlight here that, in my opinion, this is the only prop trading company that you can do this, where you can test your trading strategy in a real setup where if you pass evaluation with your trading strategy, the likelihood that your trading strategy is also going to continue working when you are funded without the company, throwing sticks between your leg, like many other prop trading companies are doing out there. Every now and then. We all heard the stories, and I tell you this, every single trading strategy that I want to test in a real environment that is other than cryptocurrencies, so for example, gold, euro, dollar, and so on and so forth, I'm always testing with the fibers. And I hope that holds some value, if somebody who has been in the scene for 26 years says something like this.
I'm going to be back in just a minute, okay?
No. See you in a minute. All right, guys, let me switch over to my screen here. Any more things you guys would like me to look at? Any asset you are trading you would like me to have a look at? As Jonatan said earlier, of course, like today, low liquidity going forward, probably. So we might be sitting a little bit on the sidelines. You guys are all in gold right now. So let me have another look at gold. Here we go. So as I said earlier, on the daily level, I mean, we are seeing the clear breakout. So my bias is also to the upside. You could always argue, yeah, but in order to really go to the upside, we should see prices higher than 3,500. This was the wick to the upside that we had late April. So we should move over there in order to really confirm it's a breakout to the north. I don't agree necessarily with this because of a couple of reasons. The first one I said earlier today when we are starting the stream is that we are seeing a breakout already over these levels here where we were deflected in the past couple of months, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. We had a breakout on Friday over those levels with a close, which tells you something. If the traders know that Monday is going to be public holiday in the USA, a bank holiday, where there's no trading activity going on from institutional US traders, that's already a pretty strong sign, which was confirmed, of course, this morning also by breaking out to the north. So again, my favorite strategy here, just for today, I'm just talking about today, is to maybe wait for a setback until the candle here. So we're talking about this area of 3,450 and then re-enter long position. Now your stop loss for that, of course, should be somewhere underneath the last support, by the way. Of course, this line I should probably paint in red to not get us confused. So go to down here, buy at 3,450, but we need to be prepared because it's likely volatility is probably going to sleep slowly over the course of the next hour because there's no liquidity or not much liquidity, at least coming from the USA into the market to be prepared to that this is going to play out sideways, that we don't really get a chance to enter the market here. You want to be really, I mean, it's always okay also to not trade, on a day like this, to just tell yourself, I'm going to wait for the chances. This is obviously something you should do anyway. I'm not going to force myself into a position because I want to bet now gold is rising to 3,500, which probably is the case. I don't know today, but maybe later that week. But then being stopped out, luckily, better trade, what the market is showing you. Nobody's going to lose money if you decide to, well, today, I'm just going to sit things out at the sideline. I'm going to wait until those chances really present to myself. Best way to do that, of course, is always if you have your strategy nailed down, if you have automated it, then you don't need to think so much about that anymore. But if you're trading manually, I think we are, somewhere in between. You could, of course, for the chance that we see the breakout to the north, also work here with something like a stop buy order in case we break out over 3,500 to buy then. But also there, the question is then, where are you going to put the stop? Because the likelihood when we break out over 3,500, there's a likelihood we might retest something like 3,490 again. If you have your stop then there, you're going to be unlucky stopped out. But then again, we're talking about gold, which always is prone to be a little bit crazy when it comes to wicks to the upside and downside. Welcome back, Jonatan.
I can't believe I got stopped out on gold there.
See? I just...
Yeah. Like I had to literally just stop me out and then straight to TP. Like it stopped me out and then 4 minutes later it hit TP.
I told you this morning, that like when I came back from a holiday, I saw like in my gold strategy, I had 12 losers in a row. And 8 out of these 12 losers were stopped out and then went to my take profit. And it's something, of course, I need to account for in this trading strategy. I didn't account enough that I cannot have my stop losses too tight on gold because of those wicks to the upside and downside. Interestingly enough, that gives me more a headache than it does in Bitcoin, when initially I thought it should be another way around.
Yeah. All right, guys. We got Richard and William in the background. Should we bring them on?
We should, definitely.
All right, you guys ready?
3, 2, 1.
All right, let's bring them on. Let's do a little. Let me see if I got my producer skills here. Let's check this out, guys. Check this out. It's a little bit too late. And now,
hey, that was good.
Magically appears.
I have never been drum rolled into a studio, but that was pretty cool.
Well, welcome, guys, and a special welcome to Richard. Richard from South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. I'm from South Africa.
Nice. Well, welcome to stream, man. You guys know Will from Tradelicious. You probably also know Richard from Tradelicious because you've been joining Will on there. I've seen.
Yeah, the last 2 weeks of the LLTF's existence, the live stream existence, I joined Will, and now I'm here, going up in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, nice, man. No, good to have you. Good to have you. Going to be interesting to see what you guys are going to be looking at this very volatile Monday of ours.
I nearly messaged you early on a time. I nearly said, dude, are we going to stream on a bank holiday Monday in the US? So I was like, I just checked the YouTube and I saw it and I was like, sweet. As I sound.
No, we stream every day. Obviously, if I would have remembered that it was a bank holiday in the US, I'd probably plan something fun to do. But yeah, so here we are. That's
why we've been concentrating on gold so much today as well. And things like moon phases, GAN analysis, Elliott wave.
Trump is still tweeting though. I think Trump is still, bank holiday or not, he's probably still going to be tweeting. So there's some hope of volatility.
Yeah, when isn't he tweeting, man? It's just he loves Twitter, man. He does love Twitter.
Yeah, and he starts quite early, So starts quite early in the day.
I think that Trump struggles to sleep at night.
Tweeting. Let me just make everybody upset. Enter.
Yeah, I think
exactly.
he suffers from a bit of insomnia, so he's like, I can't sleep at night. I'm just going to post something random on Twitter and see what happens.
But maybe
he has people like working with him only to tweet things. So he got people following him, and he's just saying things out loud, and they're like, tweeting whatever he's saying. Like he has a specific personnel for for that, right? But then, of course, you see some of the tweets is himself, just all caps, no punctuations or anything.
Now, being head of Twitter for Trump, isn't that like the worst job you could imagine to do?
I would love that.
What an
I would
absolute,
love
you
that.
would love it. What an absolute nightmare.
Dude, I would be trading my ass off, just tweeting. It's like, oh, here we go, open long gold. You know?
All of my friends would know
Randin,
exactly.
take note of it. Take note of it. Have you tweeted that?
I would be making so much money, man. I would be making so much money. So, AMD, are you tweeting about AMD? Yeah, sure, okay, we short that. You know, remember
NVIDIA.
when they came out with the copper tariffs or something, right? That was huge. That was fun. Imagine the money you could have made on that. But that's insider trading, though. I think that's illegal. So I don't
I was gonna say,
The US
when do we tell him that this insider trading?
I mean, has it ever stopped anybody?
No.
Facts.
If you're a US senator, that doesn't stop you.
Nope.
Yeah, depends what circle you're part of, I suppose.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
No, Nancy
Yeah.
Pelosi is just, brilliant in what she does. All right, guys, I gotta make a move. We'll give you into the more than competent hand of William and Richard. And yeah, I'm going to see you guys again next week, Monday, with hopefully more volatility and more trading opportunities than just talking about staying at the sidelines. So take care, everybody, and bye-bye.
All right, see you, Dirk. Thank you.
Cheers, Dirk. Thank you very much. See you later, man.
All right, I'm going to jump off as well. I have added your screen, Richard, to the guest screen. So I'm just moving some things around here, and I'll be available in the background if there's anything. Do we have Will? I can't find your screen.
I was literally about to say I've lost my screen. Yeah. I have it.
I
I see it in the background, but
I'll fix that.
Okay. I was gonna say I've lost my scene. Oh no.
Yeah, I will get that set up for you.
Richard probably has more interest in screens going on than me at the moment. Anyway, I'm gonna have to drop down onto some intraday trading today because I mean the swing market. I mean I hit TP today. Well, I say I hit TP. I hit one of my sort of like so that was quite nice. So I took out on my 5 account. But I've been in this trade for about 3 weeks now, so that was pretty cool. I took out for about 1.3%, I think it was. I posted it on my Instagram story. However, I am still in a trade on one of my other accounts, which is up about 3%. It's like my sort of higher risk account, so that's pretty cool. Both the same trades. One's just I'm holding on to dear life. The other one I take profits.
Guys, I'm going to jump off and I'll be just in the background setting up the screens here, and I will I'll switch over to your Will quickly, and then I'll set up the
Nice.
see you guys later.
Nice.
All right, take care.
Awesome stuff. Nice to meet you, Jonatan. See you later, man.
Cool.
Richie B in the house. Richard
What's
Butler,
up,
the
William?
Oracle. How you doing, man? What's good, man? It's good to be streaming with you again.
It's been a minute.
How's the trading been?
It's been very quiet this week. I mean, it's only Monday so far, and the market is not really showing me anything specifically that I want to participate in.
Yeah, you're a bit like me though. You trade EUG, don't you?
Yeah, and then I dabble in gold ever so often. But today is pretty much as expected for me. Generally, Mondays, especially after, let's say, a quite volatile week, Mondays generally tend to be a little bit more timid. So
Wait, I'm still here. I thought I left.
I was gonna say I didn't want to take you off the screen, so I was like, do I leave him there? Or else
I
do I
my
message
notes or
him?
something weird like that. I was sure I was not on here. Okay, I will for real leave now. Richard, you got to share your screens, and whenever you share that, it should be fine.
I could have sworn that I shared it.
I think you did as well, but now it's gone. But anyway, I'll jump off. I'll be in the background. Let me know if there's anything you need.
It's sharing
Perfect.
now.
Nice one.
Yeah, it's sharing.
Let's have a look at this. So we had
Cool.
some pretty boring price action today on Euro. I'm looking on the 15 minute. I mean, like if you're gonna try and get some moves in the market today, I feel like you're gonna have to be on the 1 minute. I mean, I was gonna say what New York's gonna look like, but it's gonna be flat. It's gonna be nothing
flat.
involved.
And then the moment London closes, you're going to see some true flat.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna be flat line. You're gonna see all the hospitals. You're gonna see all the doctors running around going, "We got a flat line. We got a market here with no pulse. Let's get the defib out."
Flatlined.
At 2:30 hits Bosch.
Oh,
I mean, to be fair, I mean on the 1 minute, mate, the 1 minute looks like the 15 minute right now. This slow price action.
do you remember our Friday gold competition 1 minute scalps?
Mate, yeah, they were good fun.
Okay,
They were wild.
yeah, so the same idea today, but with EU and GU. That's what we're looking at. So
What you think? What competition style?
yeah, let's do it.
I mean, let's do it, man. I'm always keen for a competition. You can bait me into anything with a competition.
Easy going. Let me take that money.
Guys, what's good? How you doing? It's good to see you all on a Monday. And again, I'm joining you for a second week now. So you guys are going to have to start getting used to my ugly mug on stream. So it's super cool to be back. And thank you very much for joining me, guys. So how are we doing all on a Monday market open? You know, we've got I know markets open on a Sunday, but dude, I'm usually sleeping by then. So Monday's open on market opens on a Monday for me. So guys, how are we doing? Let me know how your Monday's been so far. Like, let me know, have you been in any trades? What you've been up to? Have you been to the gym? Like, let me know how your week starts as a trader. You know, usually I like to start with boxing in the morning, but I didn't go boxing this morning, so I had a bit of a lay-in. So that was super cool. I haven't been on the markets today. I jumped on the markets probably about 20 minutes ago, maybe about half hour, just after 11 a.m. I actually jumped on, set my computer up, jumped onto the markets, and I had a look, see what's going on. So again, we'll do a bit of a top-down analysis, see what's going on, see what's happening in the markets here on EU and GU. I think EU's looking a little bit nicer. I will actually talk about my Euro JPY trade as well. I'll actually discuss what happened and why I've been in these trades and why I actually took out. So we'll go into that a little bit. Richie B, how you been, man? How's your week? How's the start of your week? How's the Monday? How's your weekend?
Weekend was chill. I tend to try and relax as much as I can over a weekend because I spend most of my time in front of the charts in the week. So a weekend is generally eating myself into a stupor, having my feet up, and then trying to catch up on all of the, let's say, house duties, you know, doing some washing and, you know, all of those lovely things. And then every Sunday night, I have a D&D session with some friends of mine. So weekends for me is the most chill, relaxed time whatsoever. I use a weekend as a weekend. So I don't.
I like that. A lot of people get so wrapped up in the weekend being the fact that they're obsessed with the markets and they want to stay in the markets. They end up going over to crypto, looking at crypto. I love to hear a trader say, you know what? I took a weekend for a weekend and I did absolutely bugger all. Did some life admin, maybe. Yeah, that's super cool, man. I'm really happy about that. It's nice to hear. I'm very much the same. I think Sunday evening, so about 5, 6 o'clock, I started jumping onto the markets a little bit and started thinking, right, okay, what trades am I in? How is my how was the week before? What am I thinking mentally? How's my mental situation? Like, what's my psychology looking at going into the next week? So usually late sort of afternoon, early evening on a Sunday, I'll fire the markets up. Try and be in bed then by sort of 9, 10 p.m. Try and get a good sleep because I'm usually up about 5 in the morning on a Monday. So again, very much like you, I just chill out. You know, I went for a run, went for a swim, went for a chill in the ocean. For those of you who don't know, I live in Wales and I live right on the seaside, which is super cool. Although it was quite funny, we were actually running. We went for a run, ran through, down onto the beach, and then we stripped off, went into the sea, and it was absolutely hammering down with rain. And I mean, like, this was raining, like proper heavy. And we jumped into the sea and we dropped down, got our heads like underwater, came back up, and then just like chilled at like shoulder length, like shoulder depth. We had this like lifeguard run to the edge of the water and just sit and watch me and my brother. And it's quite funny. We were like, oh, do they think we're drowning? Do you reckon they think we're absolute lunatics for going into the water in this weather? So
I was about to say,
weekend.
He must have thought that. This was like, what are these two doing?
Yeah, literally that, because like it was hammering down with rain, like it was super heavy, and like people were looking at us like we're nutcases for running in it, let alone going into like rough like sea. And people were probably thinking like these guys are absolute lunatics. So,
but to be fair, that's the best time to jump into the ocean. That is like it's like let's not call it spring tide, but like when the water's like a little bit rough, there's heavy downpour of rain.
Yeah, I mean, literally last week it was like therapeutic almost. It was so good. I mean, as long as the water isn't too rough, you know, the sea is a very, very unforgiving mistress. You know, it's a very dangerous place. So I wouldn't ever recommend anyone goes into the ocean unless they're, you know, confident it's safe. But it was safe. It was just a little bit rougher than, you know.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It was like surfers weather, you know. It was like perfect surfing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
you do.
Know what I mean,
you do quite a bit of surfing, do you?
Do I do surfing? Yeah, I love surfing, mate. Yeah, I'm a big surfer. I used to be a big surfer. I can surf. I don't surf anymore.
I mean, here in South Africa, we've got two coasts, like two oceans. That's why.
Dude, don't even try and persuade me to get into the water in South Africa. Like I've heard, home of the great white is South Africa. I am A-okay.
I mean, I've been shark cage diving. They're not that bad.
Have you actually? Oh, mate, super jealous. Super instantly. So me and my missus, she's got a diving certificate as well. So we're both scuba divers. We've set ourselves a challenge that we're going to dive in every ocean out there. Like it's like one of our bucket list things to do. We're going to see if we can do every single ocean. So we really want to go. Yeah, we really want to go diving with sharks as well. So I have dived with sharks, just not as many. I really want to do a great white. I'd love to cage dive with a great white. It's like one of my biggest goals.
Yeah, we did it with a great white called Oprah, and she's like this 4.5 meter long great white. Just I don't know, like a matriarch, like massive, just absolutely massive. And the thing is, what you don't realize when you do the shark cage diving is that you can't see anything. You can't see the shark when the shark is underneath you because they're so perfectly camouflaged on the top side of their bodies that when you look into the water, you see nothing. And then the next minute, there's just this massive gaping maw in front of you trying to get to the bait. And you're like, what the actual F is going on here now? This is crazy. But when you're standing on the boat and you're looking down, you're like, oh, there's the shark. Wow, that is a big shark. That shark is massive.
I actually like. I'll be honest. I would full on cack myself. You know.
So my wife was next to me in the cage, and
that's
they
pretty cool.
threw this massive tuna head right in front of her in the cage, and the shark just beelined straight for her, and just grabbed the bait right against the cage and just started like going mad. And she's sitting there with her hands. So you have the outside frame, and then on the inside there's a little bar for you to hold on to. And she just kept wanting to.
I've seen them.
She just kept wanting to touch the shark's teeth or mouth or whatever. She had like this idea of like, I can just reach out, just and I can touch it. So
she still has all of her limbs. Like her hands are still intact, right?
Yeah.
She didn't actually reach out.
No. She didn't actually. She stopped herself, but the intrusive thoughts were there.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I know. I bet. Oh, but mate, like, you
should experience one day.
I couldn't. Yeah, it's something I want to do. Maybe I'll come out and visit you in South Africa. And I'll go cage diving when I'm out there.
Oh, dude, that would be amazing. We can go and safari drives, and we can go and experience the South African cuisine and just the oceans that's here. Because like I was saying, we've got two. We've got the hot side and we've got the cold side. So we have the Indian Ocean, which is on the eastern side, and then on the western side, unfortunately, that's the Atlantic. So it's just like, it's cold. But
Yeah, fair.
do you think that's going to stop people from jumping in? You can be blue all over, like shaking, just lips like quivering in the ocean. No problem.
Oh, mate, fair
Seafaring
play.
people quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild, fair play. Man, I love diving. I want to dive in the UK, but the UK, the waters in the UK just too like murky. Although one shark I do want to dive with is the Baskin shark, which is the
Ooh,
UK
the
shark.
Mm.
Yeah, the massive ones, but they're obviously they're herbivores, or not herbivores, but they're sort of like plankton eating fish. They're like whales. They're not actually like teethy sharks. So I kind of really want to dive with one of them. That and a whale shark. They're on my list
I would
as
be,
well.
I'm not going to lie, I would be a little bit scared to go diving, free diving, let's rather say, with sharks. I know that they're not like, you know, they're inquisitive creatures, let's rather say. Like, they don't have hands. So if
they'll nudge you
they
and
know what
nibble you.
something feels like, they'll nibble at it. You know, that's their way of like.
Yeah, it's great.
It's just a shame that when they come and nibble, they nibble off half your arm. You know, so.
I've just seen as well. My brother's come in as well. Where's my Liverpool fans?
My brother is in as well, and also a friend of ours.
Let's have a look.
Part of our D&D group
Let's
as
catch
well.
up with chat. Let's see who's in chat today. MGN, yes, hello. Why, hello there. Why, hello there, MGN. How are we doing, bro? Good to see you in.
General Kenobi.
I've been expecting you. Let's see who else we got in today. Who else? We have got Rahul. How are you doing? Illegal is for people, not for politicians. We shall not go there.
Yeah, let's not touch that. Like,
just trying to avoid the political talks.
Yeah,
that's one of my.
Let's acknowledge and move on.
Shout out to Richard from Cape Town. What's good, Wesley? Good to see you in, man. All the way from Cape Town. That's super cool. Sunday for me was all about football and F1. To be fair, it was the first F1 session, the first grid after the summer break. I didn't actually watch it. I was in one of my sort of. I have these weird moods where I like to just have a bit of me time, and I came into my office, sat down, watched a little bit of. I think I watched a bit of Netflix or something. I was just there scrolling down some lunch, and I didn't actually. I missed the F1, so I did come for the last 2 laps. So to be fair, yeah, I did see the F1. I'm not into the football though. Ewan's into his football. I'm not. White and black candles on a grey background is diabolical. This is meant to be on purpose, or are you colorblind? No hate, just asking. Pog, I don't know. I don't like an exciting. I don't like an exciting chart. I like it to be boring. I find if I've got an exciting chart going on, usually it stimulates like a different part of my brain. You know, it'll get me all like. It'll get me all worked up, like bright colors. It's exciting. It's very casino. It's very much sort of in your face. It's very loud. Whereas I find a very boring background. It just sort of neutralizes my brain a little bit, and it stimulates it to be a little bit more analytical, a bit more boring, should we say? So I quite like a white background is too harsh on my eyes. I got very sensitive eyes, so I live in dark mode. As well as warm temperatures. So like I got a ring light at the moment so you guys can see me okay with the lighting. And I refuse to have it on bright because it just burns through my eyes. I got to have it on like really warm. So I don't know. I like a boring chart.
You know, that there's a very logical way for you to, work around this problem. It's called sunglasses.
Dude, do you remember I came in on my old live stream? I came in wearing sunglasses. I got
but that's because you were hungover.
No. Yeah, it's a good job I don't drink anymore. Otherwise, mate. I remember I went out drinking on a Wednesday once, came into work super hungover. That was not fun. I think that was the last time I ever drunk on a weekday. It wasn't fun.
I think the last time I was even remotely close to being drunk was on my bachelor's, and this has been a fair few years already, and I did not survive the day. The person that's here today is a shell of the person that had to drink all of that stuff on that day. So what's up, Shimon? See, more of my D&D friends are in. Glad they got the memo.
That's sick, man. That's awesome.
That
I'm
is
just getting a message
support.
over here from Awesome saying G was moving. Analyze it, guys. Let's have a look.
So
G was
you
apparently moving.
I mean, what kind of movements are you seeing? I'm seeing flat.
Let's jump up. Let's have a look at the market open. There we go. So this is where I've there we go. So where I've put this this vertical line now is market open onwards. So 8 a.m. onwards UK time. Let's jump down from. I'm not going to go up anything higher than the 15-minute today because, like Richard Butler just said, it's going to be super sort of flat and very ranging. So I'm going to go from the 15-minute down. It's moving down to the 5-minute again, very ranging at the moment. We're seeing a little bit more movement on the 5. We got this nice breakout, and then I suppose we could have bought on a breakout trade. That would have been pretty good. In fact, Richard, you trade very similar to this. Let me know if you traded this morning on a breakout.
I was marking it up, but I didn't take it. So I think I mentioned.
Yeah, I would have taken it up here. So for me, this would have been a no-go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly the same area where I would have looked at trying to get a buy, because it was showing that it was a little bit more bullish than bearish this morning. But the problem for me about Mondays, especially after a long week of up and down and like volumetric movements, especially with the news, high impact news that we've had last week, Mondays tend to be a more timid, flat day. Add on top of that the fact that it's a US bank holiday today. So your market participants is only going to be your Tokyo portion and then your London portion up until New York starts. And then the moment London closes during the during the New York session, where's your participants? Your biggest role player, which is the US, is not there.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, literally, yeah.
In anticipation of that, you have to ask yourself the question, okay, if I'm going to put in a trade now and I'm going to sit with this trade for the next 4, 5, 6 hours, is there going to be resolution? Is there going to be somebody on the other side of this trade, on the other side of the world, that is going to be able to take up the trade? Force it to my take profit? And if the question is no, then why enter? So even if you do get breaks, it's going to be short-lived breaks because it's consolidation. You do get breaks.
What I said. Like, you got to be looking at 1 minute.
Yeah. Or like if you go down to the 5 minutes and you decide, hey, listen, I'm going to take the very bottom and I'm going to only trade within this specific range. So in this case, where you marked the top line and the bottom line, there's 2 X's, you can then decide when it gets back to the bottom, if there's confluence, I'll take a small little buy from there and then hope it goes up. But why would you want to trade that way? Why would you want to trade with speculation? Why not rather wait for confirmation for a trade? Or let's rather say,
well, it's like that A+ setup situation, It's like, what sort of setup do you want? Do you want A+, or are you gonna sit there and enjoy a nice C setup?
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
You got to work on earlies.
But I'm gonna be in during a time when the market is very flat. I'd rather just wait and be patient and exercise caution and then wait for it to start showing those A+, S+ setups. So I can see that there is a potential for it to start dropping down now because we have tried to go up, but now the question is, where are we going to aim for if pound starts going down?
That's literally what I was just looking at now. So like we've got this area here where we've swept above, failed to break, we've closed below, we've pushed lower, closed below this area here. If we can close below this nicely, pull back up, I think we can move down, hopefully taking this level out here. I think that would be my lowest hanging fruit down here. But again, with markets the way markets are being, obviously being a bank holiday or being a holiday for the US could be super interesting. But that's what I'd be looking at. Like I said, we've got this really textbook price action where we've swept this high here, failed to break above, failed to close above, pushed lower, closed below this sort of 5-minute internal price action. If we can sort of break and close below this wick here, like I know a lot of people won't take the wicks into consideration. They'll usually look at the bodies, and we did get a body close. There we go. So we did get this body close here. However, to me, taking the wicks into consideration allows it to be a more probable. And the only reason I say more probable is because it forces it to push lower, meaning that there's more volume to actually push that trade lower. So if price can push lower, close below this low wick low here, then pull back into maybe a break and retest, maybe an imbalance, maybe a fib. If we get a fib retracement out, can we get a fib down here? There we go. We've got imbalance and a fib just above the break and retest. That could be super cool for a potential entry for a sell. So it all depends on how you're going to trade, what your strategy is saying, but the best is to keep it as an A+ setup. So that, I think, is what I'd be liking on GU. Let's have a look on a 1 minute chart.
The thing for me is 1 minute, the 5 and the 15 minute. I don't want to be in a trade all that long. So days of consolidation, like today, where it's attempting, but it's not breaking any significant high, is going to put caution to the wind for me. So your idea of it moving down lower, I don't want to trade the 1 minute. It's not in my wheelhouse. It's not how I like trading. It's too fast paced. If I have to go down to the 1 minute to force a trade, it's pointless to me. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, because all I'm doing is I'm just going outside of my comfort zone and I'm going into untreaded waters. So I don't know what is there. I don't know how I'm going to trade my particular setup on the 1 minute.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like diving into, like you say, it's like diving into shark-infested waters with bait in your wetsuit.
Yeah, you're looking for trouble when you do that, I would say. Yeah. If your strategy says that you should be entering on a 4-hour reversal and a break and retest, if you don't see it, why are you going to try and force yourself to do it on the 1 hour or on the 15 minute or the 5 minute? Why?
Yeah, following your plan is key to success in trading. There's think about it like a chair. You've got legs on a chair, and if you're the more weight you put on, so that the more weight your body weight is your capital. So the more weight you're gonna put on, the more capital you're gonna put on. It's gonna really test those legs. It's gonna really test your psychology on it. So you got to think about it. Strategy, trusting your strategy, following your plan, journaling, psychology, risk management. All these are legs holding up your capital. It's all holding up your ability to trade. The minute one leg becomes loose, if you're not going to tighten it, you're going to wobble. So it's super important to actually have that ability.
Yeah, no, I agree. I see there's some people saying, like awesome traders saying, every moment on the chart is a confirmation. So it's a confirmation of what? What are you saying? I understand that every moment in the market is unique. And every moment in the market is an opportunity for you to learn and for you to put in a trade and then try and get some profit out of it. But what are you confirming by saying that every moment in the chart is a confirmation? So it will depend on what is your trading style. It will depend on what it is that you're looking for. Because if you're going to say every moment is a confirmation, you need to have the preface of what are you trying to confirm. So
that's a good way of looking at it. Ooh, there you go.
I don't just 1 minute. So I'm not going to use the 1 minute as confirmation. I can probably get my setup on the 1 minute, but I could not be bothered because I have no interest in looking at the 1 minute. It's the same as I have no interest at looking at the daily and then saying, oh, if it breaks the high on the daily, that's my confirmation. It's just my strategy does not work like that. And I can see the value in it. And if somebody has done the back testing and somebody has gone and put the data in place and said, look, there's an edge here, happy for you. You do you. That's the lovely thing about trading. It's just like it's a very personal journey. Yes, we have a community and everybody in the community has ideas and would like to see if other people also share the same sentiments that they do. But at the end of the day, trading is a very personal experience. You're trading, it's what you see. It's how you interpret things. It's what you're trying to get out of the market. My 1% could be 0.1% for William, and he would not be happy with that 0.1, and I would be ecstatic with my let's say it's $100. I would be
it's all perspective.
It's all perspective. That's the point. It's just like there's no right and there's no wrong. There's tried and tested. Yeah. So I can't say yes. Every moment is a confirmation if I don't know the context. I need to know what am I confirming. That's the point that I think I'm trying to make.
I like that. I like that way of looking at it. Like you said, or like I just said, it's all perspective, and it's all what you see in the market. So I could be seeing absolutely nothing in the markets right now, whereas Richard could be seeing 101 different opportunities. So it's very interesting to see how different people look at the markets, and I could be buying. In fact, there's a lot of occasions where I would be buying. And for example, who was it? I was streaming once, and every time I took a buy, one of the guys in chat would be like, "Oh, Will, I'm selling." And I'm like, "How are you selling right now?" Like, I couldn't comprehend how he was selling because I was buying. But nonetheless, like, I'd hit TP or he'd hit TP, and I'd hit stop loss. So super interesting to say. No one's wrong until someone's wrong. And I know that's so obvious, but it is what works for you. So what works for one may not work for the other. And it all depends on what works for you. So if you're going to hit TP and someone else is buying when you're selling, your TP may just be a pullback for them. And then your TP ends up reversing, and then it goes up and hits what would be your stop loss had you have not already hit TP. And then it goes and hits TP for them. It's all completely objective or subjective of where you're placing your trades and where you're placing everything. So I think it's super important to remember that trading is really, really unique. I'm over the moon and gobsmacked how similar Richard's technique is to my trading style, and very much Richard Wells. Like, you guys know Richard Wells extremely well now. And when I was streaming with Richard, it was super interesting to see how similar we traded the markets, but how different we traded the markets. So we'd analyze together the very similar way, except I'd be buying like 10 pips lower than him, or he'd be selling 15 pips above where I bought. So it was super, super cool. Even though we traded very similarly, we traded very different. So
it's nuanced.
Yeah, literally that. Also, just having a bit of a catch up with chat. Vinny, awesome to see. Richard is in chat. Nice to see you. Been a minute, mate. So super cool to see some of the guys. You do recognize Richard Butler, and some of you guys may actually know Richard Butler from being in chat as well, which is super cool.
My in chat name is the Oracle, so there's a story behind that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That was good. That, mate, where have you been? I've been in drawdown for a while. Where have you been guessing my profits? Sam, I realized. Yeah, realized that and took a 2% winner this morning on Tokyo. Well done, Sam. That's awesome. Congratulations, mate. Awesome trader. Today's GU bias is a sell. That is what I see. Yeah, right now I want to agree with you, but we're getting a lot of bull movement coming into EU and GU at the moment. But if we can close below, I agree with you. I think we could sell off. But like I said, right now, if we move up under the 15, we are just ranging. Having said that, the price, the way it is looking, it could pull back up into this area here, wick around, sort of consolidate a little bit. If we start wicking, and then I think we will sell off. However, depending on how this candle closes, if we start moving above and closing above these previous candles on the 15, then I think we could start continuing that sort of range in market. But we'll have to see. Like I say, wait for price to mature. Think about it like a fine wine. Don't rush it. Let it age. Let it mature, and it'll taste a lot better when you take that trade.
Yeah, no, the moment you open up that bottle, let it just breathe a little bit. Let the tannins... Yeah,
that's why they decant a red wine. Yeah. Let it breathe for half an hour before you enter in.
Exercise patience and caution.
Absolutely. 3 terminologies that I use for trading, and it was something that I was obsessed with for years and years and years, and it was patience, discipline, and psychology. They are the 3 keys, in my opinion, to trading success. And honest to God, when I started realizing this, and obviously there's so much more depth to it, it's not just as easy as that. There's so much more depth, of course, but if you can practice patience and you can be patient in the market, and you can be disciplined. And what I mean by that is you show up every single day and execute according to your plan, and you have good psychology. And again, psychology is an absolute iceberg. It may look like,
that is true.
something really small, tip of the iceberg. There's so much more underwater. So you can master the psychology, and let's be honest, you never truly master the psychology. But if you can really get your psychological exposure under wraps and start understanding it and sort of channeling it, so psychology, discipline, and patience, you master those 3, and there's no reason why you can't be a profitable trader. And obviously the other is risk management, but I feel like that comes under psychology.
I think the thing about psychology is that there's an end goal, or at least there's this expectation that there's going to be a ha-ha moment for you, an aha moment, where things just align, and then it's going to be easy from then on. No. I think that is a misconception. You might have an aha moment, and then you realize now the real work starts. Because you can realize something about yourself and you can completely ignore it.
Yeah.
Or you can realize something and you can say, you know what, I think I understand this. Let me see if I can dissect it and then try and work my way through it. And I think Richard Wells said this so perfectly. Focus on the journey, not the destination. Don't be results orientated. Don't be P&L related or orientated. Focus on your journey, because the one will infer the other. So if you focus on the journey, focusing on pitching up every day, focusing on being disciplined, focusing on being what's the word? Not so hectic, jumping through and just wanting to calm down, just sit back a little bit and try and understand rather than trying to force. And at the end of the day, you will eventually have something that rocks up for you, that works for you, and then you can go from that point, and then eventually the profits will start coming. It will be a result of the hard and dedicated work that you put in, not as the sense that you are forcing the P&L and focusing only on the P&L. Because psychologically, if you go down into drawdown, what do? How do you feel?
Literally.
Is drawdown part of your strategy? If it's part of your strategy, psychologically, you will be less impacted by it. Whereas if you...
it's about preparing for it as well. Managing expectations in trading is absolutely huge.
Exactly.
Everyone thinks that post profitability, everyone thinks that, oh my God, this is going to be an absolute plain sailing. Yeah, it feels like it, but the only difference between profitability and learning to trade is you're now getting paid. When you learn to trade, that's the only difference. There is no other difference. Maybe you take a little less losses. When you're learning to trade, you're by the end of it, you're semi-profitable anyway. So you're taking a lot of wins, you're taking some losses, you're taking lessons, but you are taking wins. You are making profit. The only difference between being a funded trader, being a profitable trader, being a full-time trader, and being a learning trader, because obviously you're always learning in the markets, but being a trader that isn't quite where he or she wants to be yet, is hitting your bank account. That's the only difference, because when you're a full-time trader, when you're a profitable trader, when you're a funded trader, you still take lessons, you still take losses, you still go through drawdown, you still go through consolidation periods. And what I mean by that is lull periods where you're winning, you're losing, it's very 50, or it's very sort of balanced, and you're actually earning $0. So we all get those sort of stages in our trading. And I didn't get paid at all last month. So August, I think, was a very slow month for me, because July I hit a big drawdown, and then June, July, August. Yeah, I am right. I was going to say, have I got my dates wrong then? So July I hit a big drawdown. August I then hit that sort of that lull where I was getting profits, but then I was losing, then I was getting profits, then I was losing. So it was very break even. Only now in September have I started thinking, coming back out the end of the tunnel now. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel where I can start seeing some profits. Now, in the next sort of week or two, I'm hoping to look at getting another payout, which is like, oh, thank God for that. I thought I was going through a real dry spell. If I was a newly profitable trader, that's where the psychological downfall comes. That's when it's like that, oh my God, panic, overtrade, revenge trade, over risk, and start trying to get out a drawdown quickly.
Yeah, and the thing is that can happen to the most experienced traders, and it can happen to absolute newbies in the sphere.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
This is not something that goes away. It is something that you need to work on actively every single day you're at the market, and even when you're away from the market. The thing is, the psychology of trading is the most difficult concept to get under your thumb, to really, really understand. And then once you understand it, then it's a new task for you to actually follow it and for you to be consistent and to stick to your plan. So anybody can learn trading. Anybody can look at a chart and they can say, I see this, I am going to do this now. But what are you going to do when things don't go your way? What are you going to do when you finally start making money? And all of those things are going to start playing a bigger and bigger and bigger role the more you experience it. So if you go into drawdown for a long period of time, the fact that you're in drawdown is going to, over the long term, affect you even more, because it's going to completely destroy your idea of how good of a trader am I. You start doubting yourself, and then that in of itself is going to make the trading journey for you even more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this from Sam as well. This is super cool, mate. Fair play to you on this.
I just read that one as well now. It's pretty good.
Yeah, so I recently found that this wonderful lesson, if you are if a drawdown makes you spiral, it means that you've built your identity around winning. It helped me with my drawdown. Dude, that is really, really special that you've managed to acknowledge that. And another part of that, mate, is what you've just realized without realizing is accountability. What you've done there is you've held yourself accountable and learned about what truly what is your drawdown and what it means to you. Like you said, if it's making you spiral, there's two types of spirals. There's an upward spiral and there's a downward spiral. If you end up finding yourself in a downward spiral due to the fact that you're losing or in drawdown, it tells you, like you said, you have built your identity in trading around winning. And everyone thinks that that's common sense. You're like, well, yeah, of course you want to win. Because, yeah, fair enough. You do want to win. You always want to reach profitability. You always want to take wins. No one wants to take a loss. But taking a loss is part of the journey. And it's super hard to get your brain around that, because talking about it is obvious. Thinking about it is easy. Dealing with it is a very, very different ballgame altogether. So being able to actually understand that it can affect you and being able to come out the other end on the good side of it and hold yourself accountable and say, this is my fault, this is my doing, how can I be better, is a very difficult game. So, mate, fair play, Sam. Hats off to you for actually being able to find that lesson. Because like Roy Everett said here, I'm actually going to try and, there we go. Drawdown is a tool to use. If your plans are well thought out, having tight stop loss leads to half the psychological problems people have with trading. Yeah, fully agree. Drawdown is a tool. Use it as you will. Use it as best as you can and start understanding how it works for you. Because like, Richard Butler and myself spoke about earlier, it is all subjective to how you are as a trader. And your drawdown, how that affects you, is unique to you. What drawdown, what stop losses you use. I use wide stop losses most of the time. Like I'll actually go into Euro JPY and let's discuss this for a minute. Because if I go up onto the 4-hour time frame and reset my chart, there we go. So, guys, I mean, these stop losses are absolutely huge. Even for a 4-hour, there's some pretty big stop losses. Now, if we go on to the 15-minute, if I was placing these trades on the 15, which I have got some trades around, there we go. So you can see within the large sort of swing trades, you can see there are some intradays. This stop loss here is a very tight stop, is a very small stop loss. However, usually if I'm intraday trading, I'll end up putting my stop down here. So this will end up being a 1-to-1 trade. However, recently, because I've been swing trading, I'm able to say, okay, no, Will, you can be a little bit higher risk now because you've got another type of style in trading. That works for me. So I can put half my exposure into swing trading, half my exposure into intraday trading, and have sort of two weapons in the arsenal, for example. So, boom, tighter stops. I go from a 1-to-1 to a 1-to-2 by tightening my stop losses. Now, however, I'm risking a lot less because I'm in two types of trades, a swing and an intraday.
But so
However,
you're adjusting your risks
exactly.
accordingly.
So you're always adjusting your risk. And I've been a profitable trader now 4 years this year. In fact, 4 years to the month almost. I'm pretty sure it was September, October. It was around my birthday that I actually stopped trading. Yes, guys, my birthday is in October, so you guys can wish me happy birthday then.
Don't do it. His ego cannot handle it.
Yeah, probably not, mate. You're probably right there. So I've been profitable now 4 years. Do you think I've had the same strategy for 4 years? No, absolutely not. However, the concept has been the same. So the concept has been the same for about 4 or 5 years. It's just taken a lot of tweaking. And even now to this day, I'm still tweaking my strategy. Like this intraday strategy has been tweaked since having the swing trading strategy. The swing trading strategy has only been live a couple of months, but I've been trading it I've been testing it probably a year or two, as well as back testing for the past couple of years. So it's all about being able to tweak and refine a strategy. And what you end up doing is you refine a strategy that much, you can actually mitosis that strategy and you can divide it in two. And you can end up finding...
Good.
Yeah, that was a big word for me. My brother taught it to me. Mitosis, the cell division.
Yeah, mitosis is looking nice at the moment. I kicked it against something.
Anyway... Yeah, so that's what we're able to do. We're able to actually split the strategy in two. And that's what I've done here. I've gone for an intraday and a swing trading strategy because I've refined it that much. Now, who knows? I may end up dropping one of these strategies and focusing solely on maybe less of a swing. Like this is a very position-sized swing strategy. I've been in it 3 weeks. I want to try and refine that down and see if I can do it within a week. So I got to refine that a little bit more. And that's the luxury about trading is you're always learning how to better yourself. And I find that's very much
true.
How I trade.
And the thing is, you will also learn along with your journey that certain things just work better for you. That just suits your personality a bit more. Or even, in this case, when you start getting older, there's certain things in your life that become less important and things become more important. So let's say, hypothetically, you started your career as a scalper. You had a lot of time on your hand. You were an early 20-year-old guy. You didn't have a girlfriend, all of that stuff. You were just solely focusing on making money, and you had the scalping strategy, and you were using the scalping strategy, and it was perfect. It worked amazing. You got so much profits. But then you don't want to spend all of your time in front of the charts anymore, so you want to start going out. You start seeing someone, you start dating another person. And then it gets to the point where the time that you had specifically just for trading starts reducing. Now all of a sudden, your profits starts dropping down as well because you cannot use the same amount of time that you used to for trading. So what do? You decide, you know what, I might need to make an adjustment. So you start going over to the idea of swing trading or no longer scalping and do intraday. And it gets to the point where eventually you will find what works for you best, what works the best for you, as well as what suits your day, your lifestyle, your the way that you want to do things. It will change throughout time. I know I'm like talking in circles here now, but the point that I'm just trying to make is that adaptation is key. So you need to be able to be adaptable and not marry the idea that you have the best trading style. There is always a way for you to refine. There's always a way for you to learn. And the thing that, for me, that is the most important is that I don't ever want to be a master at anything. The moment you become a master, there's nothing more for you to learn. And then what do you do? So I would want to be a learner always. Every moment that I'm in the market is a learning opportunity. And being here on the stream, I can learn a lot from everybody that's in the chat. I can learn from William. And I can then go and say, you know what? I've learned something today. Let me see if I can incorporate it in my day-to-day trading or even my day-to-day life. That's what I want. That's what I want to look at. Do I want to get paid for it? Hells yeah, I do. Obviously, I want to get paid for it.
Yeah, that's a really good idea to have, man.
The intention is to learn. The intention is to be willing to listen to other people's opinions that might be smarter than you in the specific field.
Speaking of other people's opinions, let's have a look. Let's see. What's your opinion on gold, man? I'm seeing some of the guys are looking at gold buys. I'm currently looking at the moment, and there's just nothing for me. It's just in the major consolidation range. However, we are starting to try and push a little bit bullish. So could we see a breakout trade coming on the horizon here? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna test my hosting skills now, and I'm gonna have a look for.
Can you put my chart up?
Well, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a look for your scene. Bear with. Where is it? Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. It's actually named after you now. That's pretty cool. I was looking for guests. Let's have a look. Awesome. So Richie B, the Oracle, the one and only. Let's have a look. See what you're looking at in the market. Show us your opinion.
I wonder if people can actually see it all that well. Maybe I need to just drop the color saturation a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Can maybe see it a little bit more clearly. This is a 4K screen, so I don't know how much it's going to reduce everything to get into the stream. So, okay, let's get to what I look for in the market. So generally, I am a much shorter time frame trader. So I trade primarily on the 5 and the 15 minute. I'm not all too concerned with the daily bias. I'm not all that concerned with the higher time frame bias all that much. I will have a look at it to see if there's any critical areas. I don't know, like previous week or month high that wasn't tested. See if there was a specific area that had a lot of bounces on it, like a lot of interest, but it never broke through. Those are the general things that I would look for on the higher time frame, but I'm way more concerned with the much lower time frame, 15 minutes and the 5 minutes. So generally, I will analyze from the 1 hour down to the 5 minute, and I will enter on the 5 minute. Okay, so what I generally look for is what I call bases. And I don't normally trade consolidation. I do have a strategy that works for consolidation, but overall, it's one of those where consolidation can easily become trending. And if I'm on the wrong side of it, it can be very, very punishing. So I tend to focus solely on trending markets. It can be trending bearish or bullish. It doesn't matter. That's what I'm looking for. I want momentum. I want directional movements. And in general, I want it to be sort of like a breakout. I want to see an area consolidate and then break, retest, and confirm. That's what I want. The confirmation I'm looking for is the continuation of the trend. So what I call these places is bases. So if I go down to the 5 minute on gold, so this pink section over here is the Tokyo session. So this was the daily open. I'm using the Owanda chart on TradingView, but normally I don't just look at TradingView. I actually look at the MetaTrader one as well, because that's the data that I'm trading. So I will get to see where the price was actually at that point with the broker that I'm with. But anyway, so if this is the daily open, this section over here.
Rich, I'm going to stop you there just real quick. Just to let you guys know, I've actually drawn up a buy opportunity on Euro USD. Now, very, very low probability, but it's a 1-to-1 R. I've just drawn it up. I've not taken it due to the fact I won't be placing a live trade today due to the fact that it's a bank holiday. However, I have drawn this up. I'm just going to bring it up and show you guys real quick, so you guys can see. We did get a break and close above this level here. We've come back down. We've wicked once, not twice, but 3 times into this sort of area down here. And we've moved off quite nicely. So this is where I'm placing my entry, or this is where I did place my entry, and my stops I'd probably place. I like to place it at the low, but I'm going to give a little bit of breathing room for A, spread, and B, just a little bit of breathing room just in case it does try and wick a little bit. So again, it's a 1.3 R trade, but let's go with 1-to-1, low hanging fruit at the very high just up here. So that's what I'm looking at. Just thought I'd update you on that one. So Reggie B, you may continue.
All great. Yeah, I mean, that is what you see. I'm probably not going to trade, but let me just get back to the idea that I had earlier. Anyway, so this was the daily open. In general, I'm asleep during Tokyo session. The whole of Tokyo, it was absolutely gunning its way up higher. And then at one point, we had this big downward bearish candle. So to me, if I just look at the day in a nutshell, the day to me was bearish. Bearish was bullish. The whole of Tokyo. So this to me is a bullish trend. It's moving upwards and then it retraces. This retracement here is what I call basis. So it rallies from the bottom point of the day. It makes a base and then it continues rallying up. Now, what I would normally look for if this was during Tokyo, was during London, because I only trade the London session. It's when I'm awake in South Africa. It's UTC +2. So Tokyo is when I'm asleep. So, but I do like looking at what Tokyo has done to give me like a frame of reference to see whether or not we're actually in a bullish, bearish, or in a consolidative market in general. So now we have a bullish day confirmation only on Tokyo. We're not even talking about London yet, just from what I'm seeing. Then what I'll do is I'll mark up on the 5 and the 15 minute, I'll mark up the bases. So this was one for the 5 minute, and then you can try and have a look at it on the 15, and you'll see on the 15 minute there wasn't one. So it's the only places that I'm going to look for during Tokyo. If I'm looking at the higher time frame, I will look at the half an hour, and I will look at the 4 hour also if there were bases. But that's over a larger time frame that I will try and have a look at that. But anyway, so if we just focus on the 5 minute, you can see that from this area where it made the base and then pushed up again, it made the high of the day up until the end of Tokyo. So this was the highest point that Tokyo went before London session. Okay. From here, it started consolidating. Slowly. Yes, it's upward moving, but it's got no volume. It's got nothing behind it that is saying, hey, listen, I love this move. And if I were to check the size of this, it was $11. Now, for somebody that wants to trade this, they could have traded it and it could have been amazing for them. $11 with the right risk percentage could be a lot of money. But because I don't trade this area, I'm not going to be bothered with it. But I'm looking purely for these base areas. And then what I would like to happen is a previous established area to either be swept or to be rejected from or to break through. So in this case, if we have Tokyo session high, this was the high of the day itself, this whole candle body, candle wick section here, and we get a break. It breaks through it. Does it break through strong? No, it doesn't. Does it slow down? It does eventually turn. So it breaks through it, but then it immediately fails the retest with a very large volumetric candle. And the size of this candle is the largest that it's been in a while. There hasn't been a candle leading up to this point that has been quite as large as this. So technically it's saying that there was some liquidity sitting up here, or there were some sellers sitting here, and now they've pushed the price lower. Now, what I would have wanted was I would have wanted it to break through, and I would have wanted it to come down, fail the retest, and push higher. And then the moment it starts pushing higher, I will get another base. And then the moment that base is created, the very next rally candle I would enter on. So just to give you an example, this base section over here, it's moving up higher. It makes a base candle, this base candle is not nearly as large as, well, it is large, but it's not as large as the other ones. The moment this blue candle over here is printed, I will enter on that candle. And I would aim for argument's sake, $7.50. I'll do a 1 to 1.5 risk to reward ratio as an example on gold. And I take this exact strategy and I use that on EU and GU. And it's the only 3 pairs that I trade. I don't trade any other pair. I don't look at other pairs. I don't bother with any other pairs. This is what I will look for. But I'm looking for this exact movement during London. So there was a confirmation of it over here, this candle. So it failed to push higher. It failed the retest. It pushed through. It made a base. So this whole section here is the base. It pushes through again. So drop, base, drop. I would have entered there, and I would have done, for argument's sake, a 1. Okay, this sorry, this is gold. There we go. That is generally what I would have looked for during London. So then after this, after taking the trade like this, what I would do is I would take that same base that I've created during a drop or a rally, and I will use that as a potential area for a retest. So price came down into this 5-minute base base section of mine. It doesn't show it here, but if I have a look on my my MetaTrader, it did go into that zone. It reacted off of it. It moved back again to this exact same new 5-minute base. It consolidated, and then it broke out lower. So there was a potential for an entry here again. So once again, drop, base candle, and then another drop. This one would have been in consolidation and running slightly in profit the whole time. So I know Will knows this, but I only trade a maximum of 2 to 3 trades a day. And if I have a trade on EU and I have a trade on GU, I won't trade a third one. So I will only trade best of 3 trades. If I have 2 winners, I'm done for the day. If I have 2 losses for the day, I'm done. If I have 1 winner, 1 loss, I will do a tiebreaker. 1 win, stop. Another loss, stop. So best of 3. That's how
it's a very good risk model as well. I remember you used to be username best of 3 as me.
Yeah.
And mate, that's for risk management. That was an awesome risk model to implement.
It helped me to prevent overtrading and FOMO trading.
Literally that. I love that. Absolutely love that. Agree, Richard. Normally, the bigger fair value gap, the bigger the chance price will be bouncing back. Interesting.
Yeah, so I don't really trade ICT. I also don't really care what people call these kinds of things. If you call it a retracement area, that's you, boo. You do that. Like, this is what I meant earlier with trading as personal. This is how I see the market, and it makes sense to me. I'm not going to try and teach someone how to trade like me, because I feel like you need to learn how to do the things yourself. It's good to have guidance, yes, I agree. However, it's very personal, and at the end of the day, I understand my strategy. I know when it works and when it doesn't. And when I follow my strategy, it has a really good win rate. Is it always going to win? No, it's not. And nor do I expect it to always win. Will I go into drawdown sometimes? Yes, it happens. It happens to the greatest of traders. I mean, Mike the other day was talking about he was 9% into drawdown. And he's an established trader. And it happens.
Yeah, man.
And to think that you're going to enter a trade and win, or you're going to enter in the market and you're going to win all of your trades is folly. Your expectation will just never be met.
Wait, you trying to tell me that I can't get a 100% win rate?
No, you can't.
Screw this. I'm out of here.
Go home, man. You're already home.
I am home.
I just think that you need to be realistic with your expectations. Reduce your risk. Give yourself the opportunity to lose more. And then once your process
you're comfortable with your process and you understand your process and you're willing to follow your process and not worry about the losses or the wins, the P&L, only then will you start seeing actual results. You'll start seeing that, I'm out of drawdown, or wow, I've made 2% this week or this month or whatever.
Yeah, Tim saying as well, love that rule. Easier said than done. I'm guessing stops you from going on tilt.
So you're saying easier said than done. Here's the thing. Everything that you do that matters is going to be hard. It's going to be difficult because your brain wants comfort. I don't want to be uncomfortable. So get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Who said that? There's a famous athlete, I think, or a famous maybe philanthropist, or there's a famous guy.
There's somebody that said it.
Yeah, there's a famous guy that said, "Be comfortable being uncomfortable," and it really resonates with me, man. And so it should, because, like you said, if it's going to be worth doing, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it won't be easy. Like if it's easy, then you.
Was it Trader Tom that said that?
It may have been. I'm not entirely sure.
Seeing Sam here saying Trader Tom says that.
It's possible, Sam. It's just something that I've heard somewhere, and I can't quite remember who is it that said it, and it's always resonated with me. It's like if it's
Steve Harvey.
Get comfortable. Get Steve Harvey. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. I think it's just one of those.
It's just a very well-known saying. I think everyone who's ever been successful or is currently successful has said that and followed that rule.
At some point in time,
We're starting to see a real correlation here. All the guys are putting in chat like, profitable traders or successful people. There seems to be a correlation between that saying and successful people. There's going to be some form of truth in it. Also, there's a really interesting comment here from It's Vinny saying, "What if you have a win and you see an A+ setup? Do you take it?" That is really interesting. So you've got your win, you've got everything you need to see, and I've actually spoken to a few guys about this. So some of the people that I speak to, a close friend of mine really struggles with greed and overtrading, and I've actually spoken to him bang on this exact question. Going to Richie B, best of 3 is me. What do you do? You see an A+ setup after you've hit your quota. What are you doing?
If I've hit my quota, I need to ask myself the question, what is the most important thing for me right now? Is it me following my process? Or is it me giving into temptation? Is it me saying I've not had enough? Is it the greed that's talking? And
it's an A+ setup. It's the creme de la creme. What are you going to do?
It's the creme de la creme. If I decided that I'm going to follow my best of 3 plan, I don't care if that's an S+ setup. I will not enter. Why?
Love it.
Why? Because I'm all about the process. I don't care about the result. The result is inferred by the process. We had, let's say, my 2 winners, and I have made 1% for the day, whatever my risk percentage for the day is. And I say, you know what? I see another trade. Why am I in front of the chart anymore? I've got my 2 trades. Go and live. Go outside. Go touch grass. Take a walk. Go play with your dogs and your cats and stuff like that. Wash your car. Do something that moves you away from the chart so that you can focus on only working with the process. Because what's going to happen? There's going to be a day where you have an A+ setup and you don't know what the result is. Everything confirmed. You've already got a trade, for example.
Yeah, and I love that. Yeah.
And what's the result?
Tim saying as well, I agree, it's my weakness, but I'm getting better at it. I find a lot of traders, there's a real sort of correlation between greed and unprofitable traders. You will find that you could become, and I'm saying you could because, there's other contributing factors to it, but you could become so much more profitable as a trader if you just hold off the greed. So, have a rule, a bit like Richard Butler. Have your own best of 3 as me rule, and once you get that sort of that rule in place for risk management, like I say, almost every strategy on planet Earth works. And I've tested so many. I just either don't like them, or maybe they're not as profitable as my strategy, or maybe they just don't work for me. I like to design my own. I'm just one of those sorts of people that like to be a little bit different. maybe ego takes over. Luckily, it just took over in a better way. But you've got to find what works for you. Once you find what works for you, once you find a good solid strategy with a good win rate on back testing, risk management is what usually stands in front of you and stands between you and profitability. So once you've got that risk management, and most of the time, risk management comes to greed and over trading. So once you've got that set in place, everything usually shapes up pretty well. Again, you're still going to go through drawdown. You're still going to go through like hard times, drawdown periods, losses, maybe, psychological exposure. And what I mean by psychological exposure is journaling everything is so important, not just your trades. It's understanding how you feel when you come to the markets. You can have the best plan in the world, but if you're emotionally compromised, I know it's a big word for me again. If you're emotionally compromised when it comes to the everyday life, you're going to bring that into the market. So just make sure that you're aligned emotionally, psychologically, as well as analytically in the market.
I completely agree with that.
My brother over here saying, to be the top 1%, you need to be willing to do what 99% do not want to do. Or not so much do not want to do, but will not. Yeah, I'm willing to do. Like everyone wants to be successful. Everyone wants to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Everyone, apart from me and you this morning, everyone wants to go for that run and be super fit and be the best them. But no one's willing to actually do the ugly work that it requires to actually be the person that you want to become. So if you want to become part of the 1%, you've got to do what 99% do not do. Sam, the best traders are always the best trades are always the difficult trades. Yes and yeah, I agree with that.
And no.
Yeah, like
yes and no.
The best trades are the trades that follow your plan, that align with your plan. The best losses are the trades that again follow and align with your plan. The wins. The worst wins are the hard wins, are the hard trades. The trades that you are unsure on, the trades that you took because you wanted to get in, the trades that you're a bit greedy on. They're the difficult trades, and sometimes they aren't always the best trades. Please share this A++ setup when you go full port or everything lines correctly to increase the bet.
I mean,
setup still fail.
Are you going to be able to follow it? That's
A++ setup still fail. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, I mean,
like I've been profitable. Like I was actually speaking to Richard about this yesterday. I had a trading strategy, and I really can't remember. It was a couple of years ago now. It was either 36%.
It was 36 or 39%.
39%. It was something along those lines. But either way, it was sub 40. It was a sub 40% risk to reward, or sub 40% win rate, and I was profitable. And I actually had an 18% January month with a sub 40% win rate. But it was psychologically difficult, and I was taking only creme de la creme, A++ setups only, but it was 40% win rate. And if you full ported those A++ setups, you're still going to lose, and you're going to full port. You're going to blow that account pretty quickly. So that's why I mean risk management is still key. Didn't
I was literally just reading that comment. If you're a gamer, then you know that greed is good is also a cheat for Warcraft 3.
I mean, if you're also a stockbroker, I mean, greed is good because you're not placing the trades, you're placing other people's trades. So you really don't care if they win or lose. You're taking commissions. So yes, if you're a brokerage or a forex broker or a stockbroker, and you're working at Wall Street calling guys, and you're the middleman in between the retail traders and their trades, then yeah, greed is fantastic.
And greed can be incredibly rewarding, but it can also burn an ass very quickly.
Yeah, but please, whatever you do, if you're a retail trader, greed is not good, man.
The best advice that I have for anybody that wants to get into trading is to have patience and curb your expectation. everything that you see online, be it an online guru or a whatever, if any one of them tells you that you can make a Lambo's amount of money in a week of trading, go ahead and delete your Instagram, delete your YouTube, ban yourself if you have to, because all that's going to happen is you're going to buy the dream. You're never going to live that dream.
Yeah,
because you're going into it with your expectation up over here when your expectation should be down here.
Absolutely. Barry, of course, Barry's in. The number one troll I have ever met when it comes to me streaming is Barry. I've actually met Barry in person. What an awesome guy. But Barry, you do not cease to amaze me with your comments. Wow, boys, I thought you guys were banned from streaming together after the incident with the goat and the chocolate sauce. I don't even want to ask you.
It wasn't chocolate sauce. It was brandy flambe. All right, it was a brandy flambe. Guys, let's just get the incident information right.
Yeah, God, come on. Yeah, Barry, if you're going to troll us, get it correct.
Can you bring up Sam's comment? The one just above Barry's.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Let's have a look. Richard, I overcame my overtrading day, and what helped me was pure execution of the plan. I tried your 3 trades, but what if the win was the 4th one or the 5th one? Because when I missed them, I was so mad.
Okay, so that's interesting. What you're doing is you're bringing an emotional state to an or unemotional object. In this case, trading is an unemotional thing. It doesn't care if you are raging because you missed a trade. It's going to happen. It's going to carry on doing its thing. The thing is, if you're so pent up about the fact that you missed a trade, it means that you're emotionally compromised. Because missing a trade should not impact you if you followed your plan. Because the only thing that's important is you following your plan. Because everybody can look in hindsight at the market and say, ooh, I should have done this. Or had I done that, this would have happened. You have zero confirmation in the moment that that thing that you saw in hindsight was going to happen in the moment. You have no confirmation that it will happen. You can assume that it's going to happen. And now you're basing your emotional state on an assumption. I assume that this is going to happen. So it happened. Now I'm angry. So try and remove the idea of emotion from following your plan. You should be able to follow your plan without emotion. Because the plan itself is not an emotional thing. Trading, yes, can evoke emotions. True. But your job as a trader should be to try as much as you can to understand your emotions, but at the same time not allow them to take over. Not saying don't feel emotion. You know, everybody's going to feel emotions. If I feel anger, that is normal. If I feel disappointment, that's normal. If I feel jubilant and I feel amazingly good, that's also good. But it's what you do after you've experienced the emotion that truly matters. Are you going to allow that feeling of, let's say, loss, that feeling of sadness, are you going to allow that to impact your trading? And that's where the difference comes in between somebody that truly follows their plan and somebody that just follows the emotion. If I see a trade that's the 4th or 5th trade for the day and it's outside of my plan, I'm going to do nothing about it. I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to feel like, oh, I should have. There's no should haves. There's only what you did and what you didn't do. Yeah, and regardless of the losses, what I'm asking is the best of 3 rule determined, or the detrimental if your plan winner are after those 3 trades. Then I need to go and review. I need to go and see, is me following my plan from, let's say, 8 o'clock till 10 o'clock really the way to go? Or do I need to maybe address my trading time and say, okay, maybe I can move it up a little bit? But that's also in a nutshell. That's like in a vacuum. Like, You experience this trade on that day. It didn't work. On that day, you had 2 losses. You're done for the day.
It's just about staying consistent. Consistency is key,
Yeah.
guys. Literally
Yeah.
that. Fail Bahav, how you doing? Can you be my online guru?
It really depends on how much you're willing to pay.
Dude, we're here every day, man. We're here every day. Well, join us. Well, I'm live sort of 11:30 UK time until 1 p.m. UK time. So I'm here every day. And Richie B, you're joining me for a couple of days this week. So I'm super excited about that.
Yeah. You're going to see my ugly mug for at least till the halfway through the week. So
you poor souls. Louis, hey guys, what's good, man? Louis, how you doing? Barry, my mistake. Sorry, Oracle. Nice to see you back streaming.
Yeah, it's nice to see you also just like showing up into the 5ers stream, Barry.
I've been trading since February 25. I finally passed phase 1 prop firm challenge on Friday. Failed so many times. It turned around when I managed to eliminate emotions from my trading. Dude, congratulations, man. You're getting one of these from me. I just went again.
Everybody's journey is going to be different, and everybody's stumble blocks are going to be different as well. So in your case, you're struggling with the emotional side of things. You cut that, it worked for you. It might not necessarily work for someone else because that might not necessarily be the problem that they're struggling with.
Yeah, literally.
And I think that's the lovely thing about the 5ers itself. Do you want technical analysis? There's somebody that can help you with technical analysis, or at least help you to understand technical analysis. Do you want to understand fundamental analysis? There's going to be somebody that's going to help you try and understand fundamentals. And then you have the psychological side. Everything that you can look for, or that you might need to look for with trading, you can find it here with the community. It might not necessarily be with the hosts or the guests. It might even be just somebody within the chat that is going to have some nugget of wisdom that's just going to pop up and be like, look, here's my nugget of wisdom. And everybody can either accept it or reject it. It's very personal. It's a very individual thing to be a trader. That's why I think that community is one of the best things that you can have when you do something solo.
Yeah, quite literally, man. And you have 2 options. Do or do not. There is no try.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Dude, I swear to God, I'm 90% sure you played Yoda. I'm 90% sure you are the voice of Yoda.
No.
If you were honest, mate, if you were any older, like if you were like,
it would be like that's Yoda.
I would be 90% sure that you are the voice of Yoda.
My brother has got a SMS noise notification that says, "Message from the dark side you have." And that is always stuck in my head. Like,
oh, mate, that's class.
Yeah.
That's quality, mate. Fair play. Marina, hi, Marina. How you doing? Good to see you in. Man, what if gold doing falling down and going back up within a few minutes? Dude, I know there's a bit of volatility coming into gold, which is quite surprising. We got a bit of a wick up and then closed quite nice and low. But now we're starting to move back up again. So on the 1 minute, I mean,
this is just pure consolidation.
It is. It's literally just ranging. Like, okay,
and it's not going to get any better. It's going to fake you out. You're going to jump in thinking that we've got the break now, and then it's going to just flatline again.
Yeah, and then it'll break in the opposite direction, hit your stop, and then
talking.
This and it's just. I mean, the ranging seems to be getting a little bit bigger. We are starting to move up and move out a little bit. We're starting to channel. What's it called? Is it an ascending flag or? I can't remember. What
we're going to have to get Jonatan in to tell us exactly what it is.
Yeah. The guy's loving it. Wesley nailed it.
Financial juice.
Hello, people. How you doing, man? Trump started talking. Financial juice.
I mean, Trump has a tendency of moving the market, sometimes unexpectedly so.
Yeah, I think my euro.
I'm honestly thinking of not joining, but following Trump on X. I don't follow
it would make
anybody
a lot
else.
of sense.
I'm just gonna start following Trump, and then if he starts like sending out tweets, I'm just going to close my terminals and just be like, you know what? I'll just listen. You know.
Yeah, I may start, checking Trump's Twitter page or Trump's X page before Forex Factory.
Yeah. I had one of my
It'll
worst
go
losing
Forex
days in
Factory.
Feb.
Yeah, it'll be a case of Forex Factory, then it'll be tradingeconomics.com, then it'll be X/Donald Trump.
Yeah. I had one of my worst losing days in February when he just announced the tariffs unexpectedly. I was in a trade.
Stop as well on euro, by the way, guys.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I was in a trade busy selling, I think it was UJ, I think it was selling UJ, because all of my stuff had aligned, and I had just entered the trade. And then the very next second, here comes the Trump tweet, and that price just flies, just absolutely flies. And I got slipped for 2.5% when my risk was 1%. And I had just entered that trade, just entered it, and it slipped 2.5%.
Mate, that is savage.
That sucks. I lost.
Yeah, that does suck, man.
Not that specific account, but I've lost an account because of Trump's tweets unexpectedly. So yeah, like learn from the mistake, follow Trump, and just if he tweets, get out of the market.
Yeah, mate, it was like when Trump took over initially at the start of the year. Mate, we had some of the best price action we've had this year, but it was followed by so much volatility and uncertainty when he was random posting on X. So it was great price action when price action was being price action, but the minute he logged into X, it was like, oh, what's going on? No.
There's people the market makers are just waiting for Trump to tweet something and then they press enter. That's.
Oh no, mate! Look at my Euro JPY trade is having a bit of a pullback. Sucks,
I was going to ask you, at what point are you going to say this EJ trade is now run its course? I'm going to exit.
I mean, on one of my accounts, on one of my 100K funded accounts, I've taken out literally here, right at the top. We did wick above, like we did start pushing higher, so I started getting. I'm above 3K now, just about. So I am still floating above $3,000 profit, so 3% profit.
Do you have a floating stop loss?
Yeah, my stop's the EMA. My stop is at the CMA down here, so that's pretty cool. If I actually look at my terminal, I've got my terminal here, but I don't have my total. So yeah, okay, no, I've just dropped below. I'm at 2.8. So I'm at $2,800 up at the moment.
And that is percentage to 2.8, almost 3%.
Yeah. So I'm about 5% down on the account. So I'll probably look at taking out, depending how the price action's moving. It's a 4% TP this trade alone.
Whoa!
What's up, guys?
And just like the Wizard of Oz, he's here.
Can you guys hear me?
Just as we talk about TPs and then Jonatan arrives.
Yeah, how's it going?
Magic.
Not shabby, enough.
You guys want to join a trading tournament? I got this really cool thing I'm working on.
Trading
I was
tournament?
watching it earlier and I was thinking to myself, that sounds so cool. I'll do that.
We're going to do... So I need 16 people, right? I need 16 traders. We're going to put them in do a round of 16.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be real cool. And then we'll have semifinals and finals and everything. The winner gets a little 5ers trophy, Woo! I'm going to see if I can get... I'm going to try to get Saul and Mickey on as well. So they're going to start... I probably pit them together against each other. And then so eliminate one of the CEOs on the very first round.
Apparently, make sure that LJ is also not in the first round against anybody specifically, because
Yeah, so Dirk has said he do not want to go up against LJ in the first round. So there's a high. I think we're gonna have like a voting system. I think we're gonna set up like a voting system to have people like I want to have like betting on this, right? So I want to have like sports betting within, you know. So the ones who get it right, it's gonna be odds and everything, and they're gonna be winning like hub credits or something. I'm not sure if that's. Hopefully it's legal, you know.
Yeah, we're with the legal team on that one. Make sure that's okay. That would be sick. That would be super cool.
Equivalent.
Yeah,
It would be really cool, yeah.
that would be super cool.
Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you because my bladder has taken as much coffee and water as it can take, and it's about to get real messy in my office if I don't run and sort that out. So. Guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank you so much for having me, guys, again. Thank you so much for joining. Imran, what's good, guys? Good to see you in as well, dude. Super cool to see some familiar faces and super cool to see some new faces as well each time I come on with the 5ers here. So super cool, guys. I shall see you the same time tomorrow. Richie B, it's an absolute honor having you on with me as well. Super cool to be streaming with you again. Jonatan, super cool to see you in as well again. So, guys, thank you so much, and I shall see you all tomorrow. See you later, guys.
All right, thank you, Will. Take care.
I will. I'll probably also be jumping off as soon as I can. I was trying to show that this is a 2-liter bottle. It's 64 ounces, fluid ounces. And what is it now? It's 2 o'clock here by me. I started drinking this at 8. And I think I'm either going to have to fill this bottle with bodily fluids or I'm going to have to run as well.
Yeah, man, let's not have that type of live stream. I would rather have you not fill that bottle. All right, man. I'm gonna have Victor coming on here soon as well. Well, it's been a pleasure, Richard. We'll definitely. Well, you're gonna come on tomorrow as well. So we'll be seeing some. We'll be seeing some more of you. So yeah, thank you for joining and.
Thank you once again for having me, and I really enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. Hopefully the chat also enjoyed maybe some nuggets of wisdom that we've had. But now you know you're not the only clown streamer, because people can't take me seriously. But yeah, thank you once again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, man. See you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so how can I actually get... Why are them up here? A bit weird. Do we see that? Do we see that live? Let's see. Do we have their windows up live as well? Yeah, okay, get rid of those. How do we even do that? Ah, okay, good stuff. All right, so I get a warm up. I get a warm up for this trading competition we got. Okay, so Anastasia is confirmed that she's joining. We got so far. Let me see here. So far, which ones do we have here in the trading competition? We need 16 people. So far, we have. Let me see. It's gonna log in here to add the names. So I need to prepare, right? I need to prepare, right? Because each of the matchups can be 60 minutes, right? So it's gonna be 60 minutes. Yeah. Okay. So Anastasia wants to join. We're adding. Adding Anastasia. Okay. Let's add Richard as well. I think I heard Richard wanted to join. Let's add Will as well. Let's see. Okay, good. So right now we got Derry, Dirk, Samir, myself, Victor, Anastasia, Richard, Will, and Rich. Okay, good stuff. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Really? Okay, so we need seven more people. I'm gonna ask Alice. Does Alice want to join? Who else should we invite? Guys, if you have any, you know what, like you got one of those favorite influencers and you're like, this guy don't know how to trade. Let's get him on here. Let's get him on here. Let's get him an account. Why do I have headphones on? I'm the only one. I'm just sitting in my basement. He's yelling out in the nothingness. Let's get some music on. Let's get some music on. We should invite all the gurus out there. Let's do proper trading tournament. Let's see. Actually, you know what? Trading competition tells you nothing about it. You know, if you can trade or not. Nothing at all. Let's put some music on here. Let's put some music on. Oh, that is the wrong music. That's the wrong button. Calm lounge background. That sounds amazing. Let's put it on. Is it calm? Is it loungy? Is it background? Oh my god, this is horrible. Who put this here? Be gone. Ah, this is better. This is better. All right, let's go. Who else? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 9. LJ. You know what? I've asked LJ. He hasn't come back to me. I don't care. I'm gonna add him. LJ. How many do we have now? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10. Should get Griff in as well. Let me see if I can find Griff. Let's go. Hello, Griff. Gonna be hello, Griff. How is life doing? You know what? I can send this message after the live stream. I don't have to do this now, right? But this is gonna be really cool. Let me show you what we got here. Okay. So let me take a little screenshot here. What we got cooking here, and I'm gonna show you. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, it's gonna be so cool. So this is what it's gonna look like, right? We're gonna have this bracket. It's gonna be updating live for you guys. Okay, so we're gonna be putting everyone that joins, 16 people. We're gonna divide it up here randomly throughout this first round, and then we're gonna have the semifinals and the finals, and this will all be updated live for you guys. We're gonna give you a match schedule as well, so we're gonna match everyone up, and it's probably gonna take a couple of weeks, you know. And then the winner right here, it's gonna be a big show. Gonna be a big show. Of course, we're gonna do some giveaways as well, you know. We might like attach a prize to each of the traders, right? So like if this guy wins the final, you're gonna get this, and you know, so you can kind of see what the prize is going to be depending on who is going to win. And we're probably gonna be betting as well. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take everything I have. I'm gonna take all the money I have. I'll take the kids, take the dogs, everything is betting on LJ. That's what I'm gonna do. Just bet everything on LJ. He doesn't even know that he's in this because he's sleeping, you know. And but I think he's gonna win this. So every match is gonna be 60 minutes. Semifinals probably gonna be a bit longer, you know, because we actually want people to win this based on, you know, actual trading, you know, because the first match is gonna be 60 minutes, and it's like it's just a gamble, right? And then the round 2 probably gonna be 60 minutes as well. But then I'm thinking, you know, the final is probably a couple of hours. Is what I'm thinking, to see who can really trade. All right, guys. So what are we looking at today? We're looking at nothing because the market is not doing anything. How can we join? Well, first of all, you gotta be. We're not gonna bring in everyone, okay? We're not gonna bring on everyone. Eventually, I want to. I want to put a, you know, create a system. Diana. I should ask Diana. Good idea, Louis. I will definitely ask Diana. So I want to have a system. Like, I think this would be really cool, where we can have like. Make this big, like use the 5ers competition engine to have a qualifiers, right? Have a proper rules, you know, and make it so that each match, you know, have qualifiers, and then they go on to the next stage, and then the the final 16 will come live on, go on the live stream and do all the trading live. I would love to see that. Okay, let's do some proper analysis here of the market. S&P 500. Yeah, that's about it. USD CHF has been breaking down here. Do we have any news event coming up here today? What do we have today? Do we have anything today? Let me see why it's not uploading. Okay, I don't know. September the 1st? Is it the 1st today? It is the 1st today. Wow. We had not much going on. Sam says my money is on Victor and Mike. Mike's not going to be in the competition. I asked him and he's like, nah, I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm going to take a screenshot of that comment. I'm going to send it to Michael. And I'm going to tell him that they think you're going to win the competition. See if he can change his mind. Yeah. 1000% LJ will win. I also think LJ will win. It depends. If it goes up against me... no way, but I'm not going to pair him with me in the beginning. The idea is to have myself and LJ in the finals. Yep, you heard it here first. Myself and LJ in the finals. How? All pure luck. And a bit of manipulation in the back end. The rules. The rules to join? Well... it's only the host and influencers that can join, but the rules are most likely going to be a 2% stop loss and no other limits. USD CHF has been breaking down here. We saw a fake out last week. Was that last week? Yes, that was last week. No, that was yeah, okay, it was last week. Last Monday we had that fake out. Reclaimed the level. Broke this level again. Almost came down and hit that level. I think that the trade is gone. USD CSF, the trade is gone on that one. Let's go to my green list, see if we can find anything interesting on the green list. We got GBP CHF. Yeah, GBP CHF looks like a buy. Looks very good. Okay, so GBP CHF buy. USD CAD. Yeah, so right now what we're doing is, this is on an invite only basis. We're inviting the hosts of the live stream, friends of the 5ers, previous guests of the live stream. So right now it's just on an invite only basis. But if this becomes popular and we might extend it into, many more people, what we're going to do most likely is send out a Google form, and then you can apply, maybe not Google form, do it like officially, but, you can apply to join the tournament. And then, yeah. But we're just in the early phases here. But if this becomes something big, then definitely we're going to be doing way more trading tournaments like this one. I have this vision of doing like the 5ers World Cup, where you have like hundreds of people applying, and then you go through, you do qualifiers, group play, where everyone is going to trade against everyone in the group, and the one that wins the group goes on to the next stage, etc. And you'll have the semifinals and the finals in a big way. And my vision is to actually have the finals like live in real life. If we can do that, then that would be amazing. What is allowed? Only futures and forex. No options. So most likely what we're gonna be doing is the people in the tournament is going to be able to trade whatever instruments we have available at the 5ers. It's going to be most likely done on a 5ers account. I think it's going to be really cool. Okay, so USD CAD. You know, if you look at the higher time frames here, I do like what I'm seeing here. I just have to go in and check something quickly. Guys, by the way, guys, I don't feel like trading much today. So if there's anything you guys want me to analyze, everything you guys want me to look at, just let me know in the comments, and I would gladly help you out with any analysis that you need help with. Yes, it's the 1st of September today. That's right, the 5ers World Cup. Can you ask to the 5ers team to give discount for high stakes and just give discount code on live streaming? I can ask that, definitely, I can. XAU USD, all right. Yeah, gold is just a whole lot of nothingness. It's just, you know, we've looked at this possible idea, but this, I believe, just is very typical of US bank holiday, right? Yeah, it's just an incredibly boring market today. Incredibly boring market. Do we have anything moving? All right, GBP NCD. Got some movements here. We got Euro NCD. What we can do is we can, well, you know what, Euro CHF is doing something, isn't it? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, oh, look at that. Finally, my EA for NASDAQ is activated. Let me share that window, by the way. You know, I'm trading these EAs. We can definitely look at that. Insanes, I like that. So this is the oh, okay, it's not shared. I don't know why this happens, what's not sharing. Let me try again. Oh, man, I can't. For some reason, not possible to share the screen. Okay, now it's working, I believe. I'm just gonna have to reload the platform here. I'll be let me just try one more time. Right, so it's not working. I'm just gonna quickly reload. I'll be back in just a minute. Right, so I should be back now. Let's see if I can manage it up on here. Yeah, there we go. So as you can see here, the EA finally has... now, I don't know if you guys remember, but last week I talked about how some of the... made like a rookie mistake when adding the EAs here, because I had some of the EAs had the same magic number, which means if you have one order or a trade open with that magic number, then it can't open another position on that pair if it has the same magic number, because the way that MetaTrader EAs are is categorizing each other or identifying each other is by magic number. So I always had like only one Euro JPY trade open at a time, but now you can see that I have two different orders of Euro JPY. I got two different orders of GBP JPY, and interestingly enough as well, what I have here is NAS 100. Now, I remember last month I didn't have a lot of trades, or I didn't have any trades in the beginning of August. So I didn't have any trades in the beginning of August on NASDAQ, and then I looked at my EA and I'm like, wait a minute, it's not supposed to be trading in August, because I saw that during the last 25 years of backtesting on NASDAQ, or maybe 20, I don't even know if it's 25 years available, but around 20 years of price data on the NASDAQ, it showed that August was not profitable. So now that we're into September, it has now started trading. This is a range breakout system. So I can show you the trades here that I have on Euro JPY. So this then, the Euro JPY long that I have open right now with this EA is a breakout trading system. So you can see right here, it entered the position right here based on the fact that it thinks it's going to break out. And then you have the stop loss for this trade is all the way down here. So I would say it's a pretty good breakout trade in terms of like a swing trade, because it's looking for a higher time frame breakout, and then it has a stop loss all the way down here. Funnily enough, it has a sell stop order here as well. Makes no sense. I have no idea, but apparently it's profitable by doing that, so I guess that's great. On GBP JPY here, I see a bit of an issue here, because I do have two orders in on GBP JPY right now, and as you can see, they're very close to each other. Now, what's pretty cool about this, only one of them has a TP set. So one of these EAs is trading a similar system to the other. So they're both having a similar system, but one has an open TP where it's instead just moving its stop loss up and up and up, and it's getting stopped out eventually with the trend. And then one has a set TP. Now, I've done the correlation calculation of all of these EAs, and these GBP JPY systems are apparently not supposed to be correlated. But now, seeing this makes me think I might need to redo that correlation calculation, because obviously looking at this, they seem quite correlated. If we go to what else? I have USD JPY as well. Have an order on the market for USD JPY based on a breakout system on the USD JPY. As you can see, it's going to enter a buy position once it breaks out here, stops down here, and it's a TP all the way up here. This is actually one of my most profitable EAs, and I think it's because of the high risk to reward. And then of course we've got the NASDAQ EA. Now the NASDAQ EA is very simple. All it does is it looks back a certain number of bars, and then it looks at the highest price of that period and the lowest price of that period, and it puts a buy stop order above the high and a sell stop order below the low. TP stop loss, as you can see right here, it buys here, stop loss here, TP here, and if it sells here, stop loss is here and TP. That's because it's you can see that it almost looks like a grid, and all the trades are one-to-one risk to reward, and it trades based on the idea that it enter orders 1 hour before, I believe it's 1 hour before the US market open, and then it removes all orders and closes all position 1 hour before the close of the US session. This, in combination with the gold EA and the USD JPY EA, are the most profitable EAs. Although the whole portfolio is right now in a drawdown. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to look at the. I'm going to take all the trades that I've done on the system, on the portfolio, put it into a trading journal, or just upload it to my FX book, and look at the statistics of each of the EAs. Okay, so that's some update on my algorithmic trading development journey. Now let's head over to TradingView, and hopefully it works like it should. And of course it does not. That's super weird. Let me try it again. All right, sorry guys, I have to reload again. I'll be back in just a bit. Right, there we go. Let's see if I can share TradingView now. Perfect. Okay, so Euro CHF here. We got some good momentum right here. Let's see if I can log into. I get a demo account set up where I can practice, because all of the from now on I'm just gonna go all in practicing on the trading challenge that we're going to be doing here. Let me log into the account here. Just so you know, this is a demo account I'm gonna share now. It's not a real account. Let me again share. Oh, seriously? I can't do that again? Oh man, what is going on here? There's a lot of technical difficulties in today's session for sure. Ah, there we go. Right, okay, so we wanted to go to Euro CHF because I feel like Euro CHF is the only market that is moving right now. I can look at gold as well shortly. Okay, so I'm on gold right now. Yeah, gold is not doing anything. You know, I can't trade this. So let's assume that the competition was going on right now. I don't have to watch the 15-minute time frame. I'm looking at the 1 minute. We can see what the 15-minute looks like by just looking at the 1 minute, right? It's just in a range. And then we go to the 15-minute. Yeah, it's not really telling us much, right? Wick to the upside, wick to the downside within the same range. So the spreads are too wide on this to be scalping like this. Let's go to AUD USD. Let me just save this template as the default. Okay, so what if... I don't know if there's any issues with the sound here. Right, we're gonna do a take a long here on ADUSD. Yeah, I want a long ADUSD. The reason for doing so is the retest right here. Is I'm trying to trade from the perspective that, you know, imagine if I was forced to take a trade, because that's what's going to be in the competition, right? I'm basically going to be forced to take trades. I want a long here, but I'm not gonna go long right away. I don't know if it is, and I don't think anyone can help you answer that. I remember, you know, I did the live stream with Dirk. We looked at the volume. I think it looked like yes. I remember saying I think it might have the possibility of moving higher and actually breaking out into new all-time highs, but then the US market is closed. Might affect price action. Right, so I'm buying ADUSD here. Yeah, let's go. Let's get another position in. I believe I'm on a netting account. Which is not ideal. Open another one. Right, so that's the full position now. I'm not interested in adding anything more here. I'm gonna take a look at Bitcoin in just a bit for you. All right, so I needed to love to see. Yeah, that's good. So this, I want this to close as a bullish candle. It's going to be in a couple of seconds, right? That's good. I like that. Even though it's an indecisive candle, I still like the fact that okay, so we're pushing higher. Moving stop up on that one. Right, I'm closing this one here. Right, okay. Man, MetaTrader is so different from TradingView. I'm taking a quick sell here. I'm going to be adding to the sell up in this area where we have the upper boundaries of that channel. Otherwise, this is going to go down, and I'm going to make a small amount of money if it hits that TP down there. And then if it starts to form a bottom formation here, I'm going to be entering along. At least there's some movement here, you know? I mean, AUD USD has been quite volatile today on the, at least on the 1 minute, very clean moves right here. So even though it's a very boring day in terms of price action, you gotta look through the markets, and one of the ways I like doing that is just putting on the pulling up the 5 minute and is going through the whole market, seeing if we could find anything interesting. Otherwise, we're breaking out now. If we reach this area above and we start showing some signs of rejection, I'll enter a new, I'll add to this short. Use technical indicator AW classic MACD and MACD intraday trend would be much helpful if you use MetaTrader 5. Not sure I understand what you mean here. All right, not much happening here. I'm gonna add TradingView to my left screen, to my other screen here, see if I can do a bit of a scan of the market while we wait for this trade. USD CHF is actually moving. I don't know why everyone is actually saying that it's a slow market, because we've had some pairs actually trade quite nicely today. Euro GBP just had a major breakdown on the 5 minutes. Wish I saw that. See if I can switch over to that one. Oh, that's a bit too many. Let's see, which one do we want to have up? Let's do... How do I just remove every... Oh, look at that. Almost hit that TP. Nice. All right, there we go. That's the TP right there on ADUC. I'm gonna remove some pairs here, and we will look at. Okay, let's take a look at Euro JPY. Right, so we got Euro GBP coming down into this support right here. Right, because we got EUR USD at resistance here. If we break the local structure, we're probably gonna go lower. So this is the resistance, and then this is the support that, if broken, I believe we're probably gonna see a move within this range. Alright, so in the middle we have EUR USD, to the right we have AD USD, and then to the left we got Euro GBP. AD USD here to the right, I don't know. I think both shorts, and I mean the idea that the 1 hour and the 15 minute, that looks good. I'm kind of tempted in opening a long here on ADUC. Alex is asking gold, buy or sell. I would say nothing, neither. All right, I'm gonna open a long here on ADUC. Buy or sell USD? I would say, well, right now it's a buy, but that it could change into a sell in a couple of minutes. I'm actually looking for confirmation of a sell here. Right now a buy would be valid, but below 1.1706 I would be probably looking for shorts. I'm trying to get used to having multiple charts up, because I know that's probably how I need to be trading if we're gonna do that competition. Yeah, this is a great comment. I mean, I can't read it out all of it, obviously, but yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, why? I think there's different reasons why it's difficult to stay disciplined in trading. We all have different reasons. I think a lot of people, they self-sabotage. Maybe a lot of people, they think they're not, you know, they might have this imposter syndrome. They think maybe they're not they don't deserve the profits or whatever. They don't deserve the success in trading, so they like self-sabotage in a way. So do you take trades that you're not supposed to be taking? And then at that point, if that stage, then it's such a deep psychological issue. There's a lot of things you need to work on from a psychological point of view. But ask yourself this. Let's say you have a job. You probably have a job. And your boss comes over and says, "Oh, I want you to do this," you know, and you read between the lines, you know that you have a job and you're supposed to do certain things, and if you can't do those certain things, you're gonna get fired. What if your boss tells you, "Okay, I want this report on my desk in 2 days," and you're like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do that." You know, screw your report. What do you think happens? What do you think is gonna happen with your job? You know, you're gonna get fired. Same thing in trading. You know, you have your system, and that system tells you you're gonna buy this, you're gonna do that, you're gonna do that, and then you're like, "Nah, I don't want to do that. I want to do something completely different." You're gonna get fired. You're gonna lose your account. You're gonna lose your trading career. So what I'm saying is, act professional. Sometimes I feel like people are too focused on the psychology aspect of trading. They're like, "Oh no, I made another mistake. I need to go see a therapist." You know, maybe just be professional. I know it's easier said than done, but seriously, if imagine you have a job and your boss comes over and says like, I want you to do this, and you're gonna be like, "Nah, I'm gonna do something completely different." That's what you're doing if you're not following your trading system. Think about it. Right, so we got another one. Ethan asking, buy or sell in your USD. No, gold. Okay, buy or sell on gold. Let me see. Can I open gold here? Yeah. I mean, gold is going nowhere in a hurry, right? It's just doing nothing. I think gotta be careful about gold. It could go either way. Did I just remove that? I did, okay. So from a high time perspective, yes, I do think that there is a possibility of us seeing, new all-time highs for gold even today. There is definitely the possibility of that happening because of the way the trend looks and the way volume confirms this whole move, and everything looks pretty good. But then you look at the very low time frames and it's just a range, right? It's consolidating. Do I think it's going to move higher? Yes, I do think that, but it's not financial advice. Not financial advice at all. I would not recommend entering this ADUC trade. Not unless you're, ready to manage it very quickly and get out of the position if needed. Yeah, this is great actually. Should a good cure for overtrading is definitely backtesting. When you feel that urge to all right, we got Griff. Griff is confirmed for the competition. Gonna be adding Griff. Where do we have that one? Here. All right, so how many do we have now? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We need 5 more people. Great. You know what? I'm just gonna add Pedro as well, because he's probably gonna join. We need 4 more people. That ADUC long does not look beautiful. Doesn't look great. So the competition is something that we're doing in-house here. You're going to see it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be basically the hosts of the live stream here, and then we're going to bring on some guests. We're going to invite some people to do a trading tournament here at the 5ers. I think it's going to be really, really good. What about the new girl? What about we got so many girls. I don't know which girl you're talking about. I got a lot of you know. A high number 2. Maybe you're talking about Ashley. Yeah. Ashley is away traveling in the United States. Let's see. Maybe I'll see when she's back. We'll see if we have everything set up. If not, then definitely we'll have her on. So let me tell you this, the weekly competitions on the website, I mean, you really don't think people are serious about that. They're not losing any real money. What they do is just get an account and then gamble basically. And that's what the trading competition is. Like, let's be honest, guys, you cannot have a proper trading competition. I mean, the Robin's Cup, that's, I guess, as close to a proper trading competition you're gonna get. What we're trying to do here is mixing a little bit of skills and entertainment, right? If you want a real trading competition, then obviously what you need to do is you need to have like a full year of trading, which they have in Robert's Cup. But you know, how fun is that? That's a good retester. Look at that. Look at the ADUC there. That's a good retest right there. Osama says, should we trade as US banks are closed? No. That's simple. No. And then you might say, well, why are you? Well, that's also a good question. Okay, so you see how the pattern, like price action between Euro USD and the Euro GBP, very similar, right? Very, very similar here. Got these two right here. Yeah, that's right. Derry and Samir is going to be joining as well. Looks like I'm actually going to make some money today. I like how I'm at that level where I'm like, oh, I'm surprised. Wow, it's a profitable day. Nice, didn't see that coming. So Euro GBP, that's right. Okay, well now I kind of have to open a position because that's exactly the level that I wanted to be buying. So I'm going to be opening a position right here on Euro GBP. So we're now long AUD and Euro GBP. All right. Guess I'm hedged now. Interesting. Looks like you guys want me to check gold. Should I check gold? Should I take a look at gold? Someone's looking at a short on USD JPY. Let's take a look at gold first. Okay, so this is the 1 minute on gold. What can I tell you about gold? I can tell you that we've been in the same range almost the whole day. Okay? So there's not a lot to say about gold there. What I can do though is I can move over to TradingView. Looks like Euro GBP is breaking down. Let's ignore that. Let me share trading view. Right, it's not working again. Nope, nothing. It's weird. I'm just gonna reload. I'll be back in just a bit. I'm back. Let's see if it works now. Yep, great. Okay, so gold. Yeah, gold is. Hey, Victor. All right, there we go. So, yeah, gold is. Hey, welcome, Victor. How's it going?
Hello, Jonatan. How are you doing? How is everyone watching us today? It's Monday the first new month, a new month, new opportunities. How was your weekend, Jonatan?
All good, all good. My weekend was great. How was your weekend?
Productive. I'll say just that. Very productive.
Nice.
I saw you had some. We had some issues.
Yeah, there's some issues with sharing the screen. I don't know if maybe it's just me, but when I tried sharing the screen and there was just some issues. I'm not sure if it's only me or whatever.
Okay, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna switch to mine to see if it's an issue with mine as well. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's just when you share it in EV Max, it doesn't bring up the screen in the platform. So now I see that yours is shared now. Should be good.
All right. So that's what I wanted to check. How is everyone watching us? Let us know in the chat. I hope you guys have had a great day with our set of hosts. We have ever growing. We have our team ever growing.
We are.
It's a call for everyone else. If you think you have, what it takes, if you have substance as a trader, you are profitable, you have some consistent. You don't have to be, a trader that is, managing millions of dollars of funded account yet. We understand not everyone is, that successful, but if you have, if you can show us, you can prove that you are a trader, you have payouts, and you and you have things you can explain and help others, then we're interested in talking to you. Reach out and let us know and see what you are, what your interest is, and perhaps you can join our team as well.
Victor, I'm actually gonna have to run. I think Ellis might be coming on and joining you here for this session, and I will let you know if that is the case or not. All right.
No problem, Jonatan. Thank you for everything. And
all right, so I'll be back. I will be back tomorrow morning with LJ. Hopefully LJ has fixed his internet, so we're gonna be back. Tomorrow with that. All right, Victor, I'm gonna be watching in the background, so just let me know if you need anything. All right.
No problem. Take care.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye.
All right, nice. That's that is. Let me check if my screen isn't enlarging my head too much. Let's see where I can check that. Right, so you guys can see me in the right perspective or in the right format, or size, whatever you. All right, so while I'm trying to do that, let us know in the chat if you have any specific pair you want us to be looking at, or have you a specific question trading related question, obviously, that you want us to be discussing today, or simply take a look at what you are dealing with, right? It can be just about anything, not support, obviously, because I'm not from support. I'm just a trader who is can talk about trading, actually charts and price action. That's what I'm referring to. All right, so all right, I can see you guys have the chart. Awesome. And I can see we have great members here in our chat. I highly appreciate all of your support, and I say hello to all of you. Thank you for that. All right, so let's take a look. If you guys, while you guys are perhaps thinking about the questions you want us to ask us, or the pairs you want us to look at, I want to go over, to begin with, gold. Or maybe euro. I'm not sure which one of the two I will do. I'll check the Osama is looking for a short on dollar yen. All right, let's begin with that one, right? Just because, Osama, you have asked us, we will change, of course, the sequence. We'll go to dollar yen, and then we'll go to the usual suspects, right? Euro dollar and gold as well. These are the most popular assets to be traded for forex traders. Euro, because of its liquidity, of course, and because it's so important. It's affected by both continents, right? The euro and the dollar, both superpower economically. So very interested in that terms. And gold, well, gold is gold. Very, very attractive to everyone. I think most traders will agree that gold is very, very attractive to be traded. I mean, right? Very popular. People like to see the action, and want a piece of that action as well. All right, so let's do the top-down analysis. We'll do it quite quickly. Let's see. We have looking for the order blocks and quasis, right? That's what I look at when I look at any pair, right? I only look through the eyes of order blocks and quasis by the creation of both, or the invalidation of them, right? So on the monthly time frame, we can see that there are two areas. None of the one above, it's very far, it's not very relevant, but I still say it, is has been already retouched, right? Once retested here, so that's something I'm aware it won't cause me to have a monthly signal, but however, this will, right? You can see that we already have a first retest on this move on that order block, so that order block is already used up in my opinion, and I'm looking for any retracement on the monthly time frame from this new fresh order block. If and when we do get there, that's where I want to be looking for longs. But that's a long shot from where we are right now. It's a new month, right? So it's actually, this is the moment to be looking at the monthly, right? In my opinion, every day I start and I give it like a 5 to 10 second, just looking what is the monthly saying anything, right? Usually, it's very slow, as you guys know, but at the end of the beginning of new month, this is the freshest monthly candle that you can find, right? It's the first day of the new month. All right, so but that doesn't currently, there's nothing on the monthly. Let's go to the weekly. Do we have a quasi? We don't have a quasi on the left, right here, and here there isn't a quasi either. Not here. This is not to me, not a valid neckline, nor is that. So we don't have a bullish quasi yet. We have fresh order blocks, and we do not have fresh order blocks. What we do have is a increased in selling pressure, right? By the looks of the weekly structure that has been that's been forming, right? That's the one we had one before that, which is this one, quite big, and actually it's very. I really like that because it is coming from actually these two are telling me that the market is has confirmed that the market is reacting to this bearish structure. So on the weekly, we do have a bearish structure. This is the quasi, right? Breaks the neckline and then goes back to one of the weekly. There are actually 3 order blocks, and they're quite wide, I know, but still, it's doing it from the right area. And that's something to be considered, right? So that's something to be considered, meaning that this fresh order block, and which was indeed retested in that candle and these two candles, that's when this order block was retested, and it was, so far it's looking great. Looking at the size of the wicks, these rejection wicks, big. What is a rejection wick? A much bigger than the rest of the range, right? Of the rest of the body and the upper wick. In this case, it's an upper, so more than the lower wick. So we can understand by this that the market is reacting, in line and in sync with the weekly quasi that we see right here. And there is. Let's mark that for our viewers. We have a new fresh order block which was created here, and that is market is still in that bearish order flow, and this time frame. So I like that, and it seems we are retesting. Not seems, it is. We are retesting this order block still. So I'm looking for a short from this area. Obviously, the market is. We do have an uptrend here, right? So there is an uptrend, and that could quite possibly continue to go higher. That is, that's the buy scenario. However, from this point, from this time, it reached a relevant area. It is creating bearish structure. So I think that it's the possibility that this indicates that the market still wants to be shorting, or the order flow is still there. The sellers are still in control from this point on, right? From this high that we put in the end of July. So let's see if we have more alignment, more confluence in that expectation or that idea of sellers coming and holding the market. And what we do see here is that even though on the weekly it looks like the sellers are still in control, on the daily that's not the case anymore, right? So this is a fresh order block on the daily. It was, well, it's not fresh anymore actually, but it was a fresh at some point when it was retested, and it has been respected quite nicely. So I would say that it's not clear yet on the daily that we have a sell order block on the daily, right? And this is the fresh order block that is still at play, kind of slow. It had not just one, but actually 6 candles before it can move away from it, meaning it's not exactly very powerful. That's what it tells us, right? So but this would be the area to be selling. The problem I have though with this, with the sell situation on daily or sell scenario, is that it is respecting bullish structure, right? And that's not something that you should be the case if we're looking for a sell, right? But it's kind of sideways from it has been going sideways since the beginning of August. So both sides are kind of in an equilibrium since the beginning of last month, I mean. So let's go to the lower time frame to see the last order block that was created was this one. So we do have a little shift, a little tilt to the bearish side, although it is still respecting the two of them. These are the two area of at play, basically, right? These are the two supply and demand areas for that daily time frame. Let's look at the H4. Do we have a quasi? Yes, we do. The quasi is quite nicely. This is the quasi. It breaks it and comes back for that reversal. The only thing is that there isn't any structural reasons to go short from the left based on this market. So based on the price action that we're seeing right here. So that is the that's a yen, a dollar yen. Let me see if there's anything else. Or actually, there is a bullish structure. We have talked about this before, and it's been reacting quite nicely to it. So you can see we have both structure from above, a bearish one and a bullish one, both of them being at play, being respecting to each other. But the bullish one is the lower time frame. The bullish one is picking up, structures and forming, indicating that possibly we're gonna be looking for the market. In any case, is trying to go up from where we are from current prices. So this is the quasi, right? I believe this. No, it's this is the neckline on the H4, breaks the neckline right there and comes back to one of the structure. It did not signal, at least not in my, according to me, to the rules that I follow, but you can see that it did have that reaction. So I'm going to be looking for the buyers. I'm going to be looking for this area to be the area to be going long, right? From that structure, this order block, obviously on the lower time frame, aligning it with structures on the hourlies, the 2-hour, the 30 minutes, and everything in between. And but the sellers, for the sell side, I am looking for selling pressure as we are moving away from that bearish structure. And if on the H4 there isn't really a structure here for me to look at, this is not the quasi, the head is only here visible, and anything else there isn't. Let me double check this. Yeah, so on the lower time frame, my conclusion is that the dollar yen on the hourly, it looks favoring a move higher, but the weekly is still hasn't switched back by creating bullish structures and invalidating bearish ones. So we'll have to wait to see, but I'm interested in I would be interested in taking a long from this area and taking it to the next structure that is initially just to the other side. That would be the area that I would be looking for, that I think is the best. If I were to go to the lower time frames, just to give you perhaps, who was it that asked us? Osama asked us if I were to take a day trade. Let me see. On the H4, I would still go long. Look at these order blocks being created and respected. So I think the buy side is the one to be favored, even though on the higher time frame it looks like a sell, right? So I would want to be trading from this area as well, right? So on the swing trade, I would be looking for that structure to be retested, starting on that. But on the day on a day trade, I would be looking for these structures to be retested, and that's where I would be looking for a possible long. So I would say, from current levels, a long is seems to be the one that enjoys my favor. My favor. Let's see if I can catch a quasi here. There isn't any on the H2. There is one here. The only issue that I have with looking for a long here is that we're not going from the actual area that I think on the long term would have the best structure to be trading from, which is these structures here below us, right? But let me mark this. This is That one is already gone, so we can't use that one as well. Let's check. Remember, guys, as I am breaking down the market for you, don't forget to hit the like button. Show us your appreciation for this this session, right? It's all about you, right? So there is an entry order block here, and as you can see, the market has been reacting quite nicely from it. That's why I think this would be the area on the H1 to be traded, and because we have an H4 there, I would be wanting to be. I'm interested in taking a trade from this area, right, where we have. Let's see, where is it? Actually, it's like so. Is it? I think it's the H2. Okay, so this is an H2 actually. Okay, not an H1. All right, so I would be interested in taking it from. That would be the area for me to be in to wanting to long this. That's dollar yen, right? This area, the area right there, to be going long, and I would be definitely wanting to take the trade. I would see the first area of resistance is already being retested, but still I think that's a great area to be targeting. So I would say something in this instance, something like that, a TP just like so, right? So that would be something that I could definitely see myself trading. I hope this helps you, Osama, on taking a trade, right? So something like this would make a lot of sense to me, right? So taking along from here, putting your stop below the structure, either here or below the whole structure, and targeting this high. Obviously, it doesn't look like it's going to come back. And if that's the case, then I will just leave it, right? I'm not going to be taking this trade here. I want to be getting, at a discount all the time. I want to be getting in at, price when prices are depressed when I'm going long, and when prices are high when I'm going short. I don't want to be chasing the market. All right. Hope that is helpful for you. For everyone asking why I have a mask, because I'm the mask trader. See the logic? Right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to call myself the mask trader, right? When you see, all right, let's change the subject. All right, too much stuff on the market. Someone says, Ricardo. Yes, I understand. I do understand that. And I think you have a point, Ricardo Moreno. You do have a point. I agree with you. The more things you have on your chart, the better. And we should all the time, being constantly trying to make it as clean as possible. That is certainly something we need to aspire to. So I agree with you. Thank you. No problem. No problem at all. Thank you. That's why we share. That's the whole idea. The idea is to share our thoughts, right? Share them, and maybe it will resonate with you. Maybe it will not, but just maybe it will show you something you haven't considered. Maybe it reinforces already what you have done. But in any case, you should obviously not follow anything you hear from me or from anyone else. You should do your own homework. But it's nice. It's very nice, and and if you're very, very new to the market, watching others break down the market, and I didn't look at dollar yen today, right? So the analysis that I did just right there was live. Was nothing I do is scripted, but I mean it was unprepared, just by doing the same thing I do all the time with every pair. Just doing the top-down analysis, breaking down price action, and seeing, okay, what is it on each side, which buyer or seller, which one is more convincing in the price action, in the candlestick combinations, in the momentum, in the order flow, in how they respect these structures, I get, and that's how I trade, I get a probability, right? Which one is likely. Obviously, it's just a probability. You don't know you don't know for certain, but it gives you a good chance what the market has been wanting to do, and based on that is likely to be doing in the future, right? Which is technical analysis. That's the definition of technical analysis, right? You look at what the market has done in the past, and you infer, or you assume that it is, the past is an indication of what the future is going to be bringing, or is already bringing. All right. Okay. No problem, Osama. Thank you for your question. Let's see, what else? Let's see what we have here. We have bank holiday, is it? I'm gonna check if it's indeed bank holiday. It is. Well, there isn't anything. Maybe it is. Maybe it is bank holiday. I see on my Forex factory that there isn't anything. I'm gonna share it with you guys right there. There isn't anything for today, but doesn't say anything about bank holidays. I'm not sure if it's just coincidence, or if it is or it isn't a bank holiday or not. Could be. Maybe you guys know more than I in that respect. All right, so let's Ethan. Let's take a look at. Thank you for asking how I'm doing. I'm doing great. I'm with you guys. I always enjoy these streams to spend time with you. Why? Well, I was, I know the struggle of being a trader. If you've been trading for some time, you know what I'm talking about. Trading can be daunting at the beginning, very, very daunting, and very difficult for everyone. So I know how hard it is, and that's basically our drive to break things down, make it, talk about it, help whichever way we can. Being a good example, basically, right? Teaching you risk management, which is something that I do so with a lot of enjoyment, and everything else in between, right? That's why we have these Discord sessions as well, right? If you don't know what I'm talking about, in about an hour and 25 minutes or 15 minutes, I'm going to hold a workshop, and we're going to be looking at the market and talk about a more relaxed, a bit more laid back in the Discord community, where you can have like more, it's a little smaller group, and where we share our trades, our experience, and we discuss and debate everything relating to, in a very open, honest, transparent way about the market. So if you want to be part of that, join the Discord. It's an awesome community to be part of. All right, let's do gold. So let's see. Labor Day in the US. Okay, thank you for that information. I didn't catch that. All right, on the higher time frame, the monthly monthly chart is, in one word, super bullish, right? The market has been going up, obviously, without much resistance, without much retracements, and even though we had a couple of wicks on the a couple of upper wicks here for about 4 months, we finally break out this month, which means today, right? Because this is the first day of the month. So this whole candle is all of today's price action. That means that it's very, very, right, very, very bullish. Let's look at nothing else. This the monthly hasn't been taken out, right? It hasn't been invalidated, right? Because it hasn't closed above it yet. However, the longer and the further out, the longer it stays above the bearish structure, and the higher it goes, the weaker this monthly order block will become, right? So right now we can't say if this move is going to be a fake breakout on the monthly, right? Not on the weekly or the daily, but on the monthly. It can still end up closing inside here, and you would perceive that as a squeezed price action where the buyers came in, tried to break out, and they failed at it. At least on the first attempt, they failed at it. Maybe they will still break out in the future, but in any case, at that attempt, they didn't succeed yet. So that's something to consider, right? Don't see this as confirmation that the order block has been invalidated, because it hasn't. Okay, so so that's the monthly. Let's go to the weekly. We've been talking about this. The market has been reacting on this order block, on the weekly order block, for some time already, and it has had multiple higher lows being printed, and that trend line is very obvious. How it is the sellers or the buyers are reluctant to, in increasingly intensity, reluctant to let price to go any further, any lower, I mean. And finally it broke out, right? We did have a bearish order block here that was taken out last week, so that's gone. This this daily is already also gone, as well as that. So breaking all of these three, one weekly and two bearish order block, that tells us, who is in control. Buyers, obviously. But there isn't anything here for us to trade. There isn't any structure on the left side, bearish ones, and we're basically looking at a breakout, but a breakout in any case. I don't trade breakouts at the moment they break out. If anything, I'm looking to go get in as the market, that would be, as the market is getting ready for its next leg, meaning a long from here, and then with the possibility of leaving something, a partial, for that possible breakout. That's how I trade breakouts, meaning get way ahead of the actual breakout. So I'm not interested in going long at current levels, not at the weekly, not in this time frame. To me, there is so much risk for price to retest and go lower, even though eventually it might end up going higher. So I cannot define my risk very well in this as a breakout, right? So I wouldn't be taking the long just yet, although obviously the buyers are in control. The daily. Let's look at the daily. Beautiful, very beautiful breakout. We did have structures here, which were part of quasis that have been, let me see, that one is a bullish one, and that's the bearish entry or quasi that has been taken out. So we can safely take these out, as well as all of the other ones. And you can see this is what I mean when I say to take the breakout, right? This is the quasi. It goes a little bit lower, takes the quasi, takes out the neckline, and then comes back to the order block, right? And this is where you get in. And if you didn't get in by then, you had another chance to get in. And if you still haven't gotten in, that was the time to get in. See, this is the order block. You had 1, 2, 3 entries, and you would have needed to hold that entry. That's obviously a swing trade, but that's how you trade these movement, right? That's one attempt, the second attempt at that order block, and the last one. Obviously, the last one is the most beautiful. You get in, and right away it never looks back, and off you go. But you never know, if it takes 3, if it takes 2, if it takes 1 attempt to these structures before it goes in the direction of the move. This macro target, if you're wondering why I have that, is based on, if I'm not mistaken, is based on this weekly. Okay, so based on this weekly, I see this whole move. This is the quasi being formed. right? And it goes higher and it comes to retest and it goes. Typically, the extension of these fresh order block being retested is at least twice the ATR at the time of its creation, right? So, and that's what you see in here. Let me indicate that that's on the daily. That is the macro target that you see here. So that's my projected place or level that gold will reach. I don't have a time horizon, but it will. I say the probability of price reaching this level before it invalidates this structure is higher, right? So the chances that the market will reach this before it breaches this one is higher, right? When it will happen, I mean, nobody knows, right? But that's based on just data, just simple, hard data. Okay, so that's the daily. I don't have any bearish structures, no bullish ones. If you wanted to catch this move, this was the area to be going long, right? From this time frame. Let's go to the lower time frames. If we have anything for the intraday traders among us, I'm one of them. Let me clean this up a little bit. Since all of these have been, taken out by the structures, right? So that is the move. Currently on the H4, there isn't anything from the left that has been taken out. And it's a clean breakout. There's only one structure that I'm interested right now to go long from, right? That would be an intraday trade. Intraday trade. Intraday trade. Because as I said, the market can relatively easy come back even after a breakout, retrace into that broken structure before it continues. And if it does so, you're going to be right on the direction, but you're going to be stopped out. And so if I take a trade from this structure, the H4, it will only be for a day trade, maximum an overnight, but that's it. Right? If I take it at the end of the day, I might consider an overnight, but that's it. I'm not going to be taking this for much longer. Right? Just a little pop to perhaps the next level on a lower than H4 time frame in any case. All right, so I don't see anything. There is a fresh order block here, but I would have to wait for the market to come back to that area and still see if it still is fresh, and if not, then I'll just leave it. I'll let it go and not look back. On the daily, let's see what the ATR is doing. It's 40, and the current rate is 52. So basically, as a day trader, I'm not looking to long this anymore for today, right? Because it has already reached its 100, even exceeded its 100% ATR. If you're going to take a trade here, if anything, you want to be going short, but with this momentum, you don't want to be shorting this move, right? So to me, price action is not confirming a short, and a long from current levels is, a bit tricky, to say the least. So yes, the area would be here. I don't see anything else. We do have an H2 here, but that's not very significant. Why not? Because we're coming from an H4. An H2, it may stop price, but you shouldn't be expecting an H2 to stop an H4. So I'm not a big fan of taking a short from here. Market is very, very bullish. I don't see a reason to do that. It has exceeded the 100% ATR, but not really. It's not so stretched that I would say it has moved and it's going to retrace to the mean necessarily with a high degree of probability, at least not yet. There is, however, as I see it right here, there is a possible move. Look at that. There is a little reversal here. It's not as strong, I have to admit. this is the quasi, right? It's a 50-minute quasi. This is the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. It breaks it, and let's see if we have an entry order block for this. I'm not a fan of it, to be fair, because this is just an H2. It's not something I would personally be wanting to trade. But hey, I mean, if it works for you, if you have, if you've tested out, and I don't see anything on this time frame, right? So this is the entry order block for that scenario, and it's a bit higher. So if anything, if I were to take a trade, I would take it from the higher level and not from current levels. Let's check the 30 minutes, see if we have. Yep, I'm not convinced. This is not on the 30 minute. There is no quasi. No quasi on the 30 minute. On the 50 minute, there is one, but there's no entry order block except this one. So if I'm going to entertain the idea of a possible short as a possible mean reversion, because the market has already reached and exceeded its ATR, it would be from this level. That's it. But not from where we are. And along from here, maybe after, if this is only 18 minutes, so maybe after we can come back at the end of the stream. Yeah, it's too early. It's too early to go short here. And there is an H4 being created as we speak. Hasn't been created, so don't think there is a structure here. But if it closes above the close of the previous, above the open, right, above this line, right, then we will have on the H4 a bullish order block. That would be the beginning of when I would be interested in getting long. But the ATR is already, as I said, for the day has already done its thing. So I'm not too eager to take that trade, to be fair. No, I'm not. This is the H2. Let's mark that. Yeah, I would be interested in taking it from here, but that's it. That's an H1. If it does signal, or not signal, if it does close as an H4, right? So I'm gonna mark this as a question mark, right? And in about 17 minutes, this could be an actual H4. But if it does close above, then I can see price coming back. Not that arrow, the white one. There. So I can see price come back, and I would be interested in taking the long from there. But again, because of the ATR, I would stay away from this trade personally. But I mean, you can take a scalp. Why not? You can definitely scalp this. I can see myself scalp this here from this level. There. On the 15 minute, take a little scalp here, and perhaps, because I'm not too convinced that the probabilities are super high, something like that could make sense to me. Price comes back to that order block. That's not only visible on the H1, but also on the 50 minute. Probably it has a good chance of having some kind of reaction. Even if it goes down, it will have some kind of a reaction. You can target something perhaps on the 5 minute. There isn't anything. Yeah, there isn't really anything from this move. It didn't leave anything. So yeah, I can see myself taking a little scalp there, maybe a 1-to-1, something like that. Not much, but something, a couple of dollars. I don't know. That's the only trades that I see, right? So a little, very short scalp from these levels, and a possible level here on the 50 minute, but only if it confirms. And on the this scalp, by the way, only if the H4 confirms, right? So I would have to wait this H4 order block to be confirmed first before I take that scalp, right? So it'll have to close above in about 15 minutes, and only then I'm interested in taking that scalp. Otherwise, I don't want it. I hope that's clear to you guys. Okay. Highest candles. We have a question here. Thank you for your questions. You still have 15 minutes to ask me anything you want about trading. Not gonna promise I have an answer for everything, but I will surely try to do my best. All right, so let's see. Let me get something here. All right. Okay, so your question is the highest candle on the 15-minute. All right, so let's go to the 15-minute. The highest candle, which is obviously that, at least that's what I think you are referring to. You're asking if that is a order block. Can that be considered an order block? Yes. Keep in mind that the definition that I use for order blocks, OBs, are not necessarily, and I think quite sure it's not the typical definition that people are that is being used. That other likely they everyone else has a slightly different definition. My definition is the creation of engulfings and outside bars. That's my definition of order blocks. And this is an order block right here because it did create a bearish engulfing, right? So it is an order block. The question is, what kind of order block is it I only make two distinctions. There are more, but I only trade two distinctions, either a fresh one or part of a quasi. And this is part of a quasi, and I'll show you the quasi. This is the quasi. That's the established uptrend, takes the neckline and actually goes a little bit lower, and I would be wanting to take a short from here for that reaction, right? At least that reaction, whether it's gonna go lower, that's another thing. But at least a reaction like so. So yes, it is to me, it is a entry order block, and that's why I have marked it as possible entry. It's an entry order block, right? That's the type of order block it is on the quasi, right? So it has to have a quasi in order for me to designate it as such. And the other type that I trade is a fresh one, right? So after it's been created, so after that candle is closed, I start counting 1, 2, and so on, right? Till a certain limit, which you have to find out what that limit is for you. But I've tested and I've decided what is my cutoff number, right? What is the number of bars created after this one that I indicate here has been created, was closed. And that number, as long as it is still fresh, I would still trade it as well. And that is then a fresh order block. Very simple, right? So it's either a fresh order block or a entry order block based on the quasi. That's it. And this isn't fresh anymore. As you can see, let's measure how many candles has been created so far. We're already into 27 bars. I don't know about you, but to me, that's no longer fresh. So if I trade this, they would be based on the fact that we have a 15-minute quasi. Now, yeah, you got to ask yourself, is a 15-minute quasi strong enough? In all fairness, not really, but it depends on the time frame, right? Because on a 15-minute quasi, I mean, you can definitely scalp that. You can, go for a, 5%, 10% of the ATR easily. But if you're actually looking for a break of structure and an indication that the market is actually going to break down, then a 15-minute on a daily intraday trade or a day trade is not enough. 15-minute is just one time frame indicating something, but it's not enough for me to take to be a strong indicator of price really breaking down. So right. So that's thank you for the question, by the way. Moto number. Let's see what else. Moto number. Be patient, my friend. Be patient. you know. But thank you for the question. Let's see what else we have here from the audience. All right, checking here. Let's see, anything else? Okay, why my OB failed. The Life of Travel, nice name, by the way. Order blocks, at least the ones that and they're actually, it's universal, not only the ones that I define as such, but all order blocks, all structures are bound to be broken at some point. So if you think, that there is such a thing as a structure that is, unbreakable, that's not going to happen, right? All of them are going to be at some point be broken. Order blocks, quasis, reversal patterns, not all of them. Nothing is 100% certain, right? It's about probabilities. What the order block is telling you is, that the sellers or the buyers, whichever it is, for example, on this idea on the 50-minute, what it tells you, right? The creation of the order block was with these two candles. What it gives you is that within those two order blocks, with those two 15-minute period, the sellers took control. That's what it's telling you. Now, the fact that the sellers took control there makes the probability that they will come again and do the same thing next time around that the market comes to the same level, right? There is that possibility. However, the 15-minute isn't the only time frame, right? You're gonna see all kinds of signals, all kinds of indication from different time frames. The majority of the time, they're gonna be mixed signals. So you got, a H1 telling you, buyers are coming in. The 30 minutes telling you sellers are coming in. The 4 hours telling you maybe sellers are coming in as well, right? So it's always you have multiple time frames telling you mixed things. The trick is to find the alignment, find the moment where a certain combination of time frames are telling you the same thing. And why? Because that will increase the probability of that structure reacting and being respected. Not a certainty, right? So even though with top-down analysis and looking at the market structure and momentum and the order flow and respecting of the order blocks or creation and invalidation, all of that will give you an idea what the probabilities are. But even then, market can just do whatever it wants. So market doesn't really have to have a reason to break any structure, right? News can come in, you can see the most beautiful reversal pattern. Something happens in the world and that structure is gone. So what we need to do is embrace that uncertainty and go for the probabilities, play the odds, measure these things with your back testing or forward testing. And once you find that a certain combination of indications, right? Indicators being candlestick or actual indicator, oscillator, EMAs, whatever, a certain combination of indicators, price action being one of them, if you can call that indicator. Once you have that and you have measured that, it gives you a good probability, right, of recognizing when the market is going to either continue or reverse from a certain level. That's the basis. That's how you build it. But that doesn't mean, it's never going to fail. Obviously, it's going to fail. Losing is part of, it's like breathing. There's no trading system that's immune to losses. So it's all about the reason your OBE failed. It's just about odds, right? You have to put yourself in the best odds possible by considering multiple things, doing top-down analysis, having confidence and things like that, so you can keep the probabilities in your favor as much as possible. All right, we have one question here from Hansen KBH07. Hansen, how long have you been trading, and how long time did it take in order to become successful? Thank you for that question. Well, I'm already in my 8th year of trading, and it hasn't been, all super profitable from the beginning. It took me about 3 years to actually see some profitability. Yes, 3 years seeing some profitability, and it took about another 2 years to actually see good consistency, right? So it took me quite a long time to be where I am right now, and I hope that serves you. But don't try to compare, me or yourself to me or to anyone else. It's nice to have an idea. Okay, what is the range, right? Some people can see profitability in 6 months. Others see it after 3 years, as it was my case. Others, more. I know people who have taken, many years before they can actually see profitability. My profitability, I mean, not just having a winning week. I mean, where you can see that there is you actually have an edge that is well established, right? In the 3 years I was, before I really could see profitability, I was profitable at some periods, right? I could have, a winning week, a winning month, but that doesn't mean you're actually profitable, beyond a reasonable doubt. But after around the 3 years, from the 3rd year, I know people who have been doing that for many, many years, and only then reaching these levels. And actually, comparing isn't the I think it's nice to compare, right? To have an idea. Okay, is this going to take me 10 years, or is this going to take me 1 year, right? It's a fine thing to know about. It's something comfortable to know about, but the comparison itself is not very useful, I think, because everyone is different, every strategy is different. You may have different amount of time available to you, you may have different skills, you may be, trading it takes a lot of things to be in check in order to be successful, right? It's not only about your strategy, it's also about risk management, it's about your process, it's about your psychology, as you all guys know. So it takes a lot of things. And even when you have all these all your ducks in a row, there's still other things that you need to understand and lessons to be learned before you can actually say, I'm profitable, I'm consistently profitable, and I can do this full time, like I am. So it takes time, and actually you don't want to, it's not the race, right? So if you're considering to be a trader, a full-time trader perhaps, enjoy the process, because why rush it? You're trying, as it's like school, right? When we fail things, when things go wrong, to me they're just lessons and stepping stones to become better, right? It's an opportunity to become better, growth moment basically. So when you're at school, we all know what to do things as quick as possible, but learning takes time, and embrace it, right? Take your time, do the work, do your back testing with deliberate action. And yes, you may not know how fast you will be, you may not be the fastest one, but having great foundation, doing everything, covering all your bases is, I think, much better than trying to do it very quickly, to trip in the future, right? So it's better take it not necessarily slow, but don't rush it. That's what I would say. All right. All right, let's see. Air Trader, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you for coming in and supporting our stream. And don't forget, guys, to hit the like button, to like our stream, subscribe to the channel. Let's make trading great again. All right, let's go to the euro, as we are. Hansen's has been working on it for 2 years. That's a respectable time. Lots of up and downs, mostly down. Good. I think you're laughing about it. You're still laughing out loud, and you should, take yourself not too seriously in that sense, right? Be able to talk about it, I think, is very good. Not be too hard on yourself on your lessons. Don't see them as failures, but as lessons. They're opportunity. Every time something goes wrong, you lose an account, or you have a big loss, it's an opportunity to learn from it. When you realize that, then you can actually be a little bit excited in the fact, even though you lost something, a little bit excited to say, okay, what am I going to learn from this, and how can I avoid this by applying, a certain change, something, either in your system, in your behavior, way of thinking, in your process, in your workflow, in your discipline, whatever. Change something. What can I change to avoid this in the future? And every time such a thing happens, you become better, a little bit better with each time. And soon enough, you would be so good, right, that these lessons, or these failures, these lessons, they come once in a while, and in between you will see longer periods of good trading, profitable trading, and that's how you build consistency. All right, I see that the time has come. I am almost wanting to go to EU and break that down as well, but that will be something for tomorrow, because I see that our time has come to close. Sadly, yes, to close our stream for today. I would like to thank everyone for joining us, your time. I know I appreciate it. I know everyone is busy, but thank you for coming in and watching us. Don't forget to join us tomorrow again. We have a lot of things in store as we speak. We have people in the background, people of our team, working relentlessly, tirelessly to making this stream more entertaining, more enjoyable, but especially more helpful for you as a trader. That's our goal, and hit the like button to support our goal. All right, that's it for us for today. Join us if you want to be part of our Discord, and I would like to thank you for being here. See you guys tomorrow again. Goodbye.